Good morning, everyone. I call to order this regular meeting of Council and soon public hearing for Tuesday, May 2nd. And I will call upon Dr. Cottle to provide the land acknowledgement this morning.
Thanks, Mayor Krauser. Recently, you and I had a really lovely lunch with Chief Young of the Trinity Band of the Stoney Nakoda and several members of the council and administration. And during that lunch, two things happened that were really, well, many things were powerful, but two in particular that I want to talk about today. One is Chief Young told a joke that reminded me of our former friend, Elder Buddy Wesley. And he also used a word, a Stoney word, when he was speaking to someone that I used to know from when I took Buddy's language class that I had forgotten. The word was dokesich, which means it's all good. And he was saying that to a staff person who was working in the restaurant. I'm assuming there was something that didn't happen in the right way or time that she was apologizing for, and he was saying to her, dokesich, dokesich. But I couldn't in the moment remember what it meant. And then the joke that reminded me of Buddy, I just left feeling really sad about that and realizing that in Buddy's absence, I haven't been keeping up on Stoney language. Because when I would see Buddy, he would always kind of quiz me on things he had taught in the class, and without that quizzing, I haven't been keeping up. And then I went to an event at the White Museum about the Inuit peoples, and I ran into someone there who was in the class with me, and she was telling me that she also realized she was losing the language, and so she starts every day by using just Stoney words for the land as a way to, one, keep the language, but also to honor what land acknowledgements are actually about, which is honoring the land. And so I had hoped to be prepared to do that today, but I'm not. I need to practice a bit more. But the next time I do one, I thought I would publicly say it's my goal to use the Stoney words that I have learned for land to do the next land acknowledgement. And now that I've publicly said it, I'll really have to do it. So, but the best I'll do for today is to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 7 land, which is the home of the Iahe Nakoda, which is comprised of the Chiniki, Good Stoney, and Bears Paw First Nations, the Tusina First Nation, and the Blackfoot Confederacy, composed of the Siksika, the Pekani, and the Piikani and the Kainai, and Métis Region 3. And I am struck that in acknowledging those people in our land acknowledgement, what we're also honoring is their love and their caretaking for the land that is their home territory. And I'm grateful to be here and to work, live, and play on this land, and I commit to reconciliation in my work and in my personal life. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Cottle. Now turning to the agenda for today. It's a very full agenda. Any changes? Seeing none, I'll move approval of the agenda for May 2nd, 2023 regular meeting of Council as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. All right, well, good morning, everyone. I call to order now the public hearing for Bylaw 2022-25. The purpose of this bylaw is to zone lands owned by Canadian Rockies Public Schools adjacent to the Lawrence Grassy Middle School with or as a direct control district in alignment with the Canadian Rocky Public Schools Lawrence Grassy Middle School Area Redevelopment Plan, the CRPS LGMS ARP. With a little practice, that just rolls off the tongue. So here's what you can expect today. There was a fulsome presentation at first reading, so neither administration or the applicant will be making a presentation this morning. So we will go straight into the public submissions. I'll say more about that in a moment, but there will be an opportunity for anyone that wishes to speak, and there'll be an opportunity for council to ask questions of clarification after each speaker presents. Once anyone who presents has done so, then the municipal clerk will provide the names who have provided written submissions. And then council will have an opportunity to ask questions based on what they heard of the applicant or administration before the public hearing is closed. So, before getting into the public submissions, Councillor Graham, you wanted to make a statement.
Thank you. Before we start today's hearing, I wanted to disclose that I live near the CPRS lands. The town solicitor has advised me that this is not a pecuniary interest that requires the councillor to recuse themselves under the MGA, and that I should participate in today's matter before council as I did in the area redevelopment plan. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. So this brings us to the public verbal submissions. Council would like to hear from anyone who wishes to speak today. In that spirit, we'll be enforcing a 5-minute time limit on presentations, not including time for questions from council. We will be using a countdown timer to help us stay on track, and so if you're speaking, you'll be able to see it right there. If you plan to speak, as I mentioned before the meeting started, you should be aware that you will appear on the live web stream of this hearing, and that a recording of this web stream is published online. While you are speaking, we ask that you direct your comments to council and limit your comments to the subject of the public hearing. Council will be given an opportunity to ask questions of clarification after each presenter has finished speaking. We ask that speakers and members of the gallery join council in supporting the rights of everyone to be treated with dignity, fairness, and respect. That includes not responding with either cheering or admonishing, as such will impact the feeling of safety of others who may wish to speak either for or against. As chair, I will intervene if necessary to uphold these principles. Now, we did have a couple of people registered, so I will open the floor to speakers, first based on those 2 that registered, and then opening it up to anyone else in chamber who wishes to speak, rotating between those who wish to speak in favor, in opposition, or a neutral position. There are some joining by, or one joining by Zoom. When I call your name, the meeting host will unmute your microphone and enable your video camera if you're using one. So I will first see if Jim Pycroft is here. Is Jim Pycroft here? Going once, going twice. Seeing that he's not here, if he does arrive, he'll of course be able to speak at that time. So the other registered person is Stan Birnbaum, and joining us on Zoom. So let's give a moment for that to come up. You know, if we allow it, technology also gives us a moment to be centered and meditate for a moment.
Stan, can you hear us?
Oh, just a second.
Oh.
There you go.
Stan, are you able to hear us?
Do you have the Zoom connection open on your laptop? Yeah. Well, tell you what. Let me know if that gets going. And I'll move to those who have gathered to see if anybody would like to speak. All right. And then we'll circle back to Mr. Birnbaum. So, turning to those who have gathered, is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of the application or the proposed changes? Yes, please come forward. Now, when you come to the microphone, please identify yourself for the record and welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Arlene Rayom. I'm the chair of the Board of Trustees for Canadian Rockies Public Schools. Happy to be here this morning. I'm here today to express my support of the proposed residential development on the Lawrence Grassy Middle School site in Canmore. The property is owned directly by the trustees of the division. This land was deeded to the division in the 80s and is not encumbered by a reserve designation SR, MR, or MSR. As such, the use and disposition rules in the MGA for reserves do not apply. This is an important distinction and provides a very unique opportunity for our community. As you are aware, the division is in the process of redeveloping the site in a way that will provide a net benefit for long-term future of the school division and our community. The division will use the proceeds of the development to enhance the quality of education within the Bow Valley, while at the same time providing important opportunities for housing within our community. The proposed residential development will provide much-needed housing at a variety of price points. Retaining and attracting staff, teachers, is critical for the provision of high-quality education and the sustainability of the education system in Canmore. And this residential development will provide many new options for our community. 20 units of employee housing will ensure the staff, teachers, and their families have affordable housing options so that they can live and work in Canmore. We all know that Canmore has unique challenges when it comes to housing. Diversifying housing opportunities for Canmore is a must and should be a top priority for the community. We are pleased to contribute 20 affordable housing units, which Canmore Community Housing Vital Homes Program will purchase at a reduced rate. There is a significant number of renter households in need of affordable housing, and this will help with that situation. We are also pleased to contribute to the new residency pilot project that would see another 5 additional housing units dedicated for purchase by those who are residents of and work within Canmore and surrounding areas. While this residential development will not solve all the housing issues, it will contribute up to 120 new units centrally located in the heart of Canmore. It is creative and innovative approaches like this that will move our community forward and set the stage for others to unlock land within the town itself, land that is not in a wildlife corridor or otherwise encumbered by environmental restrictions. The Lawrence Grassy Middle School site has been an important part of the town of Canmore's history, and now through this residential development will continue to support the future of our town. As chair of the Board of Trustees, I am fully supportive of this new innovative residential development in the heart of our community and ask that you support our development and our aspirations to enhance the quality of education in our community through the proceeds of this innovation. Provide much-needed housing for employees and contribute to the affordability of our community through this new affordable housing stock. This residential development proposed by the Canadian Rockies School Division is a win-win for all involved. And I thank you for your support today.
Thank you, Ms. Rayom. Any questions from council? No. Councillor Graham?
Yes, morning.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to the market housing. And it's my understanding that it will be marketed to locals, not in perpetuity, obviously, but that is my understanding. Can you confirm that?
Yes, my understanding as well is that we will open the marketing first to Canmore residents, and then if the availability is still there, then it would be more of an open market for those homes outside of the already designated, right? The
Yes.
affordable housing, yes, of course.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. All right, I'll look to, first of all, check with the clerk's office. Is Mr. Birnbaum? No, I see IT is there, so that would tell me not. I will then open it up. Would anybody like to speak opposed to the application before us? Yes, please come forward and state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name's Doreen McGillis, and I live in the neighborhood. I have actually more questions, and I was hoping that there would be a presentation about what the final project would look like. But my concerns, I fully support having more affordable housing in the area. I know personally how hard it is. And so when I hear about market housing and things like that, I really am concerned about luxury homes in my area replacing single-family dwellings with things that are always built to luxury home standards. And I don't know if there's anything that council can do about that in zoning and in this kind of development proposal. But I feel very strongly about that. And the other concern I have, and I can't see it on the documents that I've looked at, but it looks like there's one entry and exit point for the whole development, and I'm concerned about the traffic, given that it is so close to not just Lawrence Grassi School, but also the daycare. And you know, living in that neighborhood, I see how much traffic there is, and I know the goal is to reduce the number of people who are driving in and out of this development, but the reality is that if people don't live in this immediate area, or if they don't work in that immediate area, they will continue to drive. So I don't know if anybody can address those, but I just wanted to state for the record that those are my concerns.
Well, thank you for coming out and stating your concerns. I would encourage you to, the first reading had a full presentation. It's online, so you'll be able to see that. I think that given the size of the site and the number of units, we're not talking about huge units. So I think there's that. And it does speak to the traffic. It does speak to the traffic concerns raised. I'd also refer you to the agenda package for today's meeting. There is a report from administration that speaks to those things as well. Right, but thank you for coming out and sharing those concerns. And we certainly asked those questions at first reading about traffic, and they're within the acceptable norms, is what the study has shown. So thank you. Looking then to see if there's anyone that would like to speak in a neutral position. Would anybody else like to speak in favor? Yes. Welcome to the public hearing, and please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Debbie McKibben. I'm the Deputy Superintendent for CRPS and a longtime resident of Canmore. And I am here today to express my support for the proposed residential development on the Lawrence Grassi Middle School site in Canmore, or as you fondly say, the CRPS LGMS ARP. Oh, sure. Okay, I'm busted short. Yes, my husband always says, treat it like a ice cream cone, right? Yeah. Yes. He's a musician, what can I say? Right. I would like to speak specifically to the staff accommodation and the affordable housing component of this project, which constitutes 33% of the project. As you may know, a crucial part of my role is hiring quality staff to teach the children of our community. Now, retaining and attracting staff, as Arlene said, is critical for the provision of high-quality education in our public education system in Canmore, and housing is essential to this. Just last week, I had 3 staff resign and citing cost of living as reasons. They're new, up-and-coming, energetic staff, and I'm really sorry to see them go. It is getting harder and harder for our new staff to make a go of it in Canmore. So in my experience, over and over and over again, I offer a position, and it depends. They will say, okay, I'm gonna look for a place to live. And if they find a place to live, they'll accept the job. And if they can't, then they decline and I start all over again. And so I must admit, to entice some of these new staff, I have opened my home. They've come and lived with me, which was probably a little intimidating. And just to allow them to come, get started, land on their feet, and find a place to live is just, and then it gives them some time to do that. So in conclusion, I'd like to say that this housing project is critical to the viability of our school board, and I think we're at a crucial point for that. So thank you.
Thank you. Looking to see if there's any questions. None. Thank you very much for being here today. Looking to see if anybody would like to speak opposed. Sit down. Anybody like to speak opposed? Would anybody like to speak in a neutral fashion?
Good morning. Thank
Good
you
morning.
for this opportunity.
Good morning.
My
If
name
you-
is
yeah.
Karen Lassen,
Thank you.
and we've lived on 4th Street since the 1970s. And I just wanted to bring to the attention of the council that the 4th Street, as you well know, is in the floodplain mitigation zone, right? So with the most recent flood a few years ago, we were all checking our crawl spaces. So and there was active, water in basements just on 5th Street. So we are close to that boundary of where the water seepage occurs. So just so that's a consideration to evaluate for things both for traffic flow as well as for building construction during construction as well. So with the sort of thinking about the traffic flow, with only one access and egress to that location, it might be something to think about, a fire lane or something that could be opened if we needed to get people out of there more quickly, or something like that that wouldn't be used regularly, right? So that would be one thing I wanted to point out. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just note, all developments go through a review by fire and rescue as well, to make sure that their concerns, and if it's needed, they do often put in some sort of a fire lane that can be opened at those times. So that's something that would be considered. And yes, the floodplain, of course, on our valley bottom here in our high water table, it can happen even when there's not a flood year. People get water in their basements, and that moves from year to year. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. Looking to see if there's anyone who would like to speak in favor. And if you could state your name for the record.
Brian Callahan, I'm the Vice Chair of the Canadian Rockies Public Schools and trustee for the ward of Canmore. You will all remember that there has been significant school site development here for the past 30 years, commencing with Elizabeth Rummel and then Canmore Collegiate High School. We look at the new Lawrence Grassy, and then we look at the developments in both Exshaw and in Banff, which is also our responsibility. It has always been our goal to bring quality education services and facilities to our children and the community, with many joint use agreements for the facilities and lands. What we are trying to do with this, and people have spoken to the housing situation, our deputy superintendent has given you our kind of that reality of an employer. The other part of this, too, is to create a legacy that will help sustain the financial viability of school boards, which you know receive the vast majority of its money from the provincial treasury, which is always, I don't want to be kind of a comedian on this, but it's always risky. Every year we're always in that state of wondering what's coming next. Our long-term goal is to sustain a large portion via an annuity that the school board has to set up an in-trust relationship with these earnings to help sustain the overall budget that we get from the province without being totally dependent on it in a 100% way. So we have worked collaboratively with the provincial government, which has held us to a very high standard as they have the ultimate say on these lands. We have fulfilled all of our obligations with the ministry, and the ministry has given us a free hand to proceed with this kind of thinking, and I think we have shared that with the we'll say council here. So we will continue to work collaboratively during the next phase, if so granted, and we look forward to sustaining and consolidating our future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Callahan. And looking to see if there's any questions. Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Looking to see if there's anyone that would like to speak opposed. Would anybody like to speak in a neutral fashion? Yes. Mr. Colgan, if you like, you can even move that forward and create space there so you don't have to be cramped there. Great, thank you. Welcome to the public hearing, and please state your name for the record.
It's Kate Scott. I'm a long-term resident of Canmore. I'd like to address the parking issue. I know that they claim that traffic flow will be fine, but given that we close Main Street every summer and we only have 2 access points for the entire South Canmore, I'm not sure that traffic flow is going to work out well. I'm also concerned with parking because already 4th Street is slammed with on-street parking. We need to make sure that there's enough parking for at least 1 vehicle for every unit. Even though we do think that we are going to be a walkable community, everyone who moves here for recreation. Everyone who wants to recreate has to have a vehicle. Now that we have electric vehicles, people will definitely have at least 1 vehicle per household. So I think we need to address that. I would also like to know an approximate ballpark figure for our PAH, our 5 units for the community, and what we think we're going to sell the 75 units at full market value for. Because I think that's a huge issue. If it's PAH, it needs to be PAH. And so far, I don't think the town has really addressed the fact that perpetually affordable housing at $300,000 or $350,000 is not affordable for most people. If they're working a minimum wage job, that's unattainable for them. We need more affordable rental housing for our entry-level workers, which we don't have enough of. $2,400 for a 2-bedroom apartment is not perpetually affordable rental. And we need to address that. We need affordable rental. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you very much for your thoughts there. And you certainly echoed many of the sentiments of council around our housing crisis. Just to clarify, of the 120 units, 80 are market. 20 will be provided to CCH for Vital Homes. 20 are for employee housing for CRPS, of which 5 have been made available for rental outside of the employee housing. So there's 40 of the 120 that are not on the market. And as far as those prices, that will be determined down in the future. Yeah, Ms. Scott. So if you can come to the microphone, please.
I don't think I need it.
Well, it's so that it picks it up on the live stream. Sorry to have to make you walk there. I know that mobility is not your friend right now.
So then we have 80 of the 120 units, which will be full market value. Is that correct?
Yes, that is what's being proposed. Of course, that's a side thing for today because we're dealing with the zoning, but I just wanted to provide that information.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Now looking to see if there's anyone that would like to speak in favor. Anybody else like to speak opposed? Anyone wanting to speak in a neutral fashion? Yes, sir. Welcome to the public hearing, and please state your name for the record.
My name is Brent Buchanan. We live on 6th Avenue, and so we're quite close to where the development's going to be. I'm not opposed to the development in principle, I'm very supportive of having the housing for the teachers, but my concern is parking, like the previous speaker. We're already seeing, it's interesting, unintended consequences of the paid parking downtown. People are coming and parking on our streets in our area because it's not paid. And so we're seeing congestion building there now. And we're certainly very concerned that there's not going to be enough requirement for enough parking in this development. And people are going to park on the streets all around the area. So I guess more of a question is what is council looking at in terms of the requirement that's going to be made for parking to ensure that there is enough and we're not spilling out into the surrounding streets, which are already congested.
Right, thank you very much. And thank you for raising that concern. Of course, what is proposed is a spot per unit plus visitor parking on site. And then there would, of course, be street parking. Just like in any neighborhood in Canmore, where that becomes an issue, there are potential solutions for that. It's not foreseen at this time, but you raised some very good points about the proximity to downtown and the impact of that. So there are certainly things that could be looked at in the future should that become a problem.
So there will be a requirement for at least one parking spot per unit?
Yes.
Plus?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, on site. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Looking to see if there's, let's see, that was neutral. Anyone speaking in favor? Would anybody like to speak opposed? Anybody speaking in a neutral fashion? Just to be certain, is there anyone here that would like to speak that hasn't had an opportunity yet? Okay, thank you. Welcome to the public hearing, and please state your name for the record.
Hi, everyone. My name is Monique Schmaltz. I'm a resident of Canmore in South Canmore. I thought this meeting was about discussing the height of the building, the rezoning. I would like to hear more about that. It's hard to understand that if you look at the dynamic of the downtown, everything is 2 stories. Now we're looking at a taller building, and now for this development, we're looking at changing the zoning to increase maybe 1 extra floor. Then is this really acceptable that we're gonna have high-rise in the middle of by a schoolyard? The kids are losing their play area. I live across there. I see the kids using the basketball court. I see the kids playing in there. There will be just a wall of building and harder and harder to see the Rockies. And that's why we moved here. Also, I have a question about the right to reside. I have a son living in Banff, and they are into affordable housing, and they have to have a right of residing, means they have to apply to be working in this area to be living there. And this has to stay. When they sell the property, it cannot be increased. I heard a story where, it's all for affordable housing sold on that principle, but the reality is that people say, 5 years later, it was a good investment. I'm at $1 million now. Let's sell the thing, Then people who are staying here already, many houses are being demolished. Anything built in 1970 or 80, might as well demolish them. Maybe you should demolish downtown too, because you should have higher building. Then I think this is an eyesore, what you're trying to build here. To try to build higher building for what reason? To please the developer, to have a penthouse on top, because this will be the best view of the full valley. Then I would like you to talk to me to explain why do you need to go higher and higher, and this developer maybe should please that this is a low-key area. Everyone has a right to see the mountains, and the schoolyard has been destroyed. I see so many people playing in that yard. It's not going to happen anymore. It's a parking lot with a wall of building. It's really sad that I believe it's actually no vision to the future. This could have been used for sports, could have been used for many other use to having more housing. Thank you.
Thank you for your perspective today. Certainly invite you to take a look at the presentations at first reading as well as the one that will be coming up at second reading to understand your concerns around the height. And we certainly hear a lot about views. This is a public hearing, and so we're looking to hear from you, but you know, views are not something that is guaranteed by anyone anywhere. That happens with change, though. So we'll thank you for your perspectives on the height, and we'll certainly have that discussion when it comes time for our assessment of second reading. Looking to see if there's anyone else that would like to speak. Now, do we have Mr. Birnbaum on Zoom?
Almost. What we'd like to do, and I know it's not ideal, is to just take maybe a 5-minute break. So we need to try the golden IT solution of turning everything off and turning it on again. So if we could take a quick break and do that, then we can try again.
So tell you what, we will take a 5-minute break. I do note that Mr. Birnbaum has submitted a written submission, as has Mr. Pycroft. So their concerns are being considered by council because we've read them. So if this works, great. If not, we will have to move on. Okay, so let's return in 5 minutes. go back streaming. I just wanted to make sure, Mr. Birnbaum, are you able to hear me? Okay, that's very good. And can Mr. Birnbaum be unmuted?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Excellent. Very good. All right. So, if you can just stand by, Mr. Birnbaum, we're going to call the. We're going to go back to live streaming. As soon as we clear up, there we go. Okay. Okay. We are now back from our break, and we were able to get Mr. Birnbaum on Zoom. And thank you, sir, for your patience. Normally, it's much smoother than this, but there was a problem in the system today. So, Mr. Birnbaum, you have up to 5 minutes, and please proceed.
Thank you for getting everything sorted out. And Honorable Mayor, Town Councillors, and Development Planner of the Town of Canmore, thank you for the opportunity to comment on this proposal. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my family. We would like to state clearly that we are not in favor of the development as proposed, nor are we in favor of a change in the land use designation from public use to direct control. We are very concerned by the ultra-high density of this 120-unit project and the increased height of many of the buildings compared to the surrounding existing residential area. Furthermore, we are concerned that there is insufficient parking proposed on the site to accommodate the vehicles of all the residents and visitors, and that cars will spill over to park on the streets of the surrounding community. We urge Council to reject the rezoning application in its current form. However, in the case that you decide to nonetheless approve the proposed zoning change, we would ask that the Canmore Town Council take action to mitigate the effects of this development on the surrounding community. Firstly, regarding parking, we would ask that there be a requirement that the developer provide enough parking for the maximum number of vehicles that may be on the site. Even though the location of this development is quite central in Canmore, it's not realistic to expect that the residents and visitors of this development will operate any fewer vehicles than residents and visitors in any other part of town, and ample parking must be provided. We feel that the amount of parking that is proposed to falls far short. Sorry, I'm getting some feedback here. In addition, we feel that sorry, I'm turning my audio volume down. I hope you can still hear me. In addition, we feel that a professional traffic study needs to be performed and properly considered prior to further plans. Secondly, regarding landscaping, we would ask that full and generous landscaping be required around the perimeter of the entire development to soften its impact, and also within the development to provide green space for all of those residing there. We feel that the minimal landscaping proposed to date is inadequate, and that this needs to be increased significantly. Thirdly, regarding restricted use of the homes in the development, we would ask that there be clear and strict bylaws to prevent short-term rental of units in this development. For example, to prevent them from being rented via Airbnb or VRBO. And fourthly, we feel that a professional shadow study needs to be performed and properly considered prior to approval of final plans. In summary, we would ask you, our elected representatives on council, to do your best to ensure that the impact of this development on the surrounding community is mitigated and that the quality of the South Canmore neighborhood is maintained. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Are we able to? Great, thank you. Thank you for once again, for your patience, and I also note that we have your written submission as well. So despite the technical glitches and the really interesting sound effects, we do have all of your submissions clearly in writing. So thank you for participating today. Given that we did have a break and maybe somebody reflected that maybe they do want to say something, I'll ask one more time. Is there anyone here that has not spoken yet that would like to speak at today's public hearing? Seeing none, I will now move to the next section then. I'll look to the clerk's office to advise us of the written submissions.
Thank you. So we received one written submission in favor, and that was from Steve Ashton. We didn't receive any for neutral or unstated, and the written submissions for opposed include Janet Beben-C-Gell, Manya Birnbaum, Safi Birnbaum, Stan Birnbaum, Sheila and Brent Buchanan, William Carey, Steve Gell, John Homer, Marianne Casper, Fred Klein, Nancy Hawes, Jim Pycroft, Tim and Diane Ross, Monique Schmaltz, Abby Steinberg, Derek Wilding, and Roswitha Yamamoto.
Great, thank you. I would just look to the applicant or administration to see if either of those would like to make any comments. Okay. Ms. Van Rooyen, welcome to the public hearing.
Thank you. Sorry, my voice is disappearing. So again, my name is Laurie Van Rooyen. Blackfoot name is Bidagi, and I am the owner's representative for CRPS. And I thought it would be just appropriate for me to be able to respond to some of the concerns that were raised. Thank you, Mayor. You've done a great job of answering some of the questions, so just add a little bit more detail. So we've heard a lot about building heights, and just remind everyone that's in the chambers today that the building heights are actually consistent with what the surrounding land use is on the R4. So it is consistent there. The inside buildings are higher. So we've tried very hard to make sure that the building on the outside actually mimics and references the existing buildings that are there. In terms of density, there's been a lot of conversation around density. And this is actually very, very consistent with the R4 land use, which is the dominant land use surrounding the site, which is about 49 units per hectare. So we are consistent with that. In terms of the on-street parking and the parking in general, you are correct. At this point in time, we have one parking stall per unit, which is what the bylaw requires. And while our concept is not fully detailed, our hope is that, and we will make a commitment, we did make some commitment to residents that we spoke with a week ago or 2 weeks ago, that we will look for additional parking as much as we can on the site. But again, recognizing that our concept is not in detail, this is one of those issues that we'll carry forward to the next phase of the development. I think that there is concern about traffic. We heard about that quite a bit also. And just a reminder that we don't meet the thresholds for a TIA, and that the town has indicated that the surrounding roads can handle the additional traffic. But again, we still believe that there will be more modal opportunities or shifts in the target, so we'll see more pedestrians walking because of its location. And biking and those sorts of things. And that's what's the beauty of this land, is that it's very centralized to all of the downtown core. In terms of the short-term uses, that is not permitted. And also it would also carry forward in the bylaws that we developed through the condo boards. So those are two mechanisms that can be developed, and we'll carry that forward in the development as well. In terms of safety, and the one entrance point, if you all recall, we did actually have 3 entrance points at one point in the development. We worked very collaboratively with the town, and ultimately determined that one was all that we needed, and for several reasons. One being safety. for the school children on the north side of the site, not having a road that bisects the parcel. So we did think about that, and we're quite happy with the result. And in terms of the green space, the students will still have play areas. The basketball courts will still be existing. The school gardens will still exist. So those things are all it's not going away with this development. And again, through detailed design, we'll look at opportunities to expand the landscaping. But right now, we're at what is required of us. So better landscaping also is more marketability. So those are things that we're carrying forward as we plan into the next phase. I would just like to thank Council and Town Administration for what has been a very collaborative approach. And we're at a point right now where we're hoping that today that we get second and third readings. So thank you.
Thank you. Van Rooyen. Looking to Council to see if there are any questions of admin or the applicant. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Ms. Miriam, for your presentation. Just to confirm, because this was a concern brought up by someone in the group today, there is still an emergency road access. I know there's a main Muse access coming onto Forfat, but there's still an emergency road.
There is, absolutely. There's where that initial road was is now an emergency access. So you will not be able to access it through your car,
right,
but you'll be able to walk on it. There will be bollards there. So if there is an emergency, they're opening, they will open and the emergency vehicles can come in. Okay. So that is still in the plan, absolutely.
And one more question, if I may. With regards to the parking, right now we're saying approximately 120 units. Now kind of shift depending on final design, but there's still a commitment that if there's, say, 120 units, there will be 120 parking spots. That will not go down.
Correct.
At minimum.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we will have visitor parking spots as well.
Yeah.
So it's one parking spot per unit. Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions, Council? Seeing none, I will now close this public. Oh, Mr. Gravel, did you have something you wish to say? Yeah, sorry.
Just going to add that there was a couple of pieces there raised that I just wanted to comment on briefly. The groundwater.
Please do. Thank you.
Yeah. So and I'll be giving a presentation at second reading. So I think that will cover some of the other issues that I don't touch on here that have been raised. But there was the comment or concern about the flood and groundwater levels. And with any new development in Canmore, we do require that the floor elevation be above those levels to protect it. So we wouldn't allow for buildings to be built that are subject to flooding. It's been raised a couple of times, but just to be clear, the minimum parking requirements for a townhouse development are 1 stall per unit and 0.15 visitor stalls per unit. So there's the stall for the resident, and then there is some additional visitor stalls that are provided. And the applicant has run their calculations and shown that they can meet those minimum requirements. So they won't need a variance to meet those requirements. And then finally, there was a concern about tourist home use. That's not a use proposed in the district, so that's not something that can receive approval from the town. And that's it.
Great, thank you. Looking to see if there are any questions. Seeing none. So just before I close the hearing, there's a couple things I wanted to note. This is all a part of a process. We have the approval of the area redevelopment plan. That was one part of the process, if you think really high conceptual. Now the next part of the process is about assessing the land use bylaws, and that really sets the parameters by which a development can be built, and it has to be aligned with the area redevelopment plan. Then, with that in place, a developer of a piece of land then goes and makes their very detailed plans, and they make application for a development permit, which has to meet the bylaws, and it's reviewed by various departments for various reasons to make sure that it is a workable project. So we're in a process, and there's other layers of approval coming. So that's one thing. Secondly, item G1 today is dealing with this issue and taking a look at second and third readings. Mr. Gravel will be making a presentation at that time based on administration's review of the matter before us, as well as speaking to matters that were heard by the public. You are certainly welcome to stick around for that. So when I close the public hearing, if you have to go, feel free to get up and go, but I also invite you to stay. It's up to you. So with that, I will now close the public hearing. We will now move to item C1, delegations. And I will just note in the agenda that there's just a typo. There's a typo with regards to the purpose, and it's to provide council instead of committee of the whole. Okay, with a review of the downtown paid parking program and the suggestions for improvements of the program. So, who will be speaking on behalf of downtown BIA? Mr. Kendall, Ms. Vandervoort, welcome to council.
Thank you.
The microphone is yours.
Thank you. I have never presented before council. I am happy that we brought a crowd with us today.
Yes, and
my name is Tori Kendall.
They heard you'd be here.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah.
Thank you for having us today. I'm here with our interim executive director. My name is Tori Kendall. I am the chair of the Downtown Canmore BIA, and I'm here to speak to you on paid parking, which just seems to be a favorite topic of ours. Oh, thank you.
I think we're just getting your presentation pulled up. There you go.
There we go. So just a little bit about us as the BIA. We are the organization that looks after the interests of the businesses of downtown. So we are created by a Town of Canmore Bylaw. We are a 9-member board with 8 representatives who are elected and 1 council representative. Councillor Ma is our current councillor. So where have we come through in this discussion of paid parking? This discussion, started back in 2015 when as the BRZ, and we've had various iterations of discussion, first leading to the 4-hour paid parking, 4-hour free parking program, to eventually the paid parking program where we are now. The BIA is generally in support of the Canmore's ITP, the Integrated Transportation Plan. And we understand that as the downtown, we do not have an unlimited amount of space to grow. So we do have some challenges that are based upon where we are. And we do also recognize that there are challenges when we introduce a new program such as paid parking. So this has led to some of the concerns that we've had that have been raised by our membership. So our understanding of the purpose of paid parking is it helps increase turnover in this finite resource that we have, which is parking that is on public land. It uses a payment model, which allows more turnover and frees up space to those who are willing to pay, discourages people who are going to use that resource for long periods of time. So generally, our staff are important to the downtown, but we don't believe that they should be taking up parking throughout the day, all day. We do think that should be open to other members of our community and our visitors. So there is also mode shift that comes with that, so that leads to the encouragement of on foot, on bike, bus, and there are free alternatives within a short walk away. Now, we also want to acknowledge that paid parking would not be necessary in this area without the businesses. I did have a bit of a, we don't build paid parking in empty fields analogy, but Quarry Lake might be a bit of an exception there, but it is a destination, as is the downtown. So the downtown is the destination. People are coming downtown for a reason. Our goals are we want a good experience for our locals and our visitors, and we are also in support of the 3-hour program for our locals. Although I will note that we have had discussions with some locals, the idea of having any requirement to utilize that to them is a bit of a barrier, but that's not really what this presentation is necessarily about. So, in more recent times, the BIA has been involved with 2 meetings recently. We did not lead the first meeting in January. We were involved in the meeting. And then we had a second meeting at the end of February to discuss this process that we are at today. We've had 2 surveys in that time of about, we figure about 50 businesses, a bit of mixed responses. The first survey in September, the top issue that businesses downtown had was staff and labor challenges. And I apologize, this is extremely hard to see. We didn't get the higher quality one in there, but the top 5 were staff and labor challenges, real estate and location challenges, which I think might mean rent, inflation, including supply chain issues, and then permitting and lack of infrastructure, which is our classic washroom example, I believe. Our second survey in February was related to specifically this, and us coming to council and presenting to you. Some requests related to paid parking in the off-season. So this discussion is related to just off-season, not peak season. The top responses that we had in this were related to no charge in the off-season, Monday through Friday. No charge in the off-season, Monday to Thursday. And I believe the reason that these were popular was there's the perception that during the week, business is down and there is ample space available. So going back to the whole supply and demand model, there is not enough demand and there's too much supply. We don't have statistics on what that looks like other than walking around and seeing it for ourselves. And then further to that, no charge off-season, no charge behind Beamers, and no charge behind JKs. Those are the order of the responses that we received.
Just on the surveys, can you provide a large version of that so that administration and council has those, and so that we can see what the whole option reads?
Yep.
That'd be very helpful. Thanks. Sorry to interrupt. Please proceed.
No, thank you. Now, next. So, things we heard. This is part of our discussion with the survey that we did in September with the meeting that occurred thereafter. There is a general consensus, I hope no one shoots me for saying this, that paid parking is beneficial during the peak season. We have a large amount of people coming downtown, and we want our visitors to be able to easily access our downtown. But there is concerns by some businesses that they raise that they have reduction in locals coming. They are making less money, the revenues are down. We don't have, these are what we've heard. We haven't seen, and I'm not saying the evidence doesn't exist, but we have also heard the opposite end, which is businesses up. So it's hard for us to make a specific call on that without having the detailed information. Although we have found some of the businesses, paid parking discourages the kind of quick visit, I want to pick up a coffee. It adds an additional barrier to me getting something that takes 2 minutes, now takes 4 or 5 perhaps, if they have to deal with the machines. There is a perception concern that some businesses raised from staff, which is the cost to work downtown. Now, we understand there's parking within a proximity, but I think the stigma is that there is a barrier to them parking in the central area, therefore there's a cost, whether it might be a walking cost or an actual cost. And not all staff can mode shift. We do have businesses that have staff who come from other areas, such as the MD in Cochrane. Some issues, distance and safety of the free parking area, such on 7th. That in the winter is quite dark, and I know that some of the Restaurant workers had expressed concerns with safety and walking down to get their vehicle late at night. The issue also of spots not available when afternoon staff come to work, because as I'm sure most of you are aware, they fill up quite quickly there. Request businesses should receive a parking pass. I do believe that is a little counter to the program. Swiftness of ticketing results in a negative perception of town center and the town in general. We certainly don't want to be a reason people don't come downtown is because they had the bad experience of getting a ticket. And machines can be difficult to use, can burden seniors, and there's need for machines. Again, these are things that we've heard from our members. They're not necessarily asks, we're just sort of summarizing. I took these pictures. The one on the left, the gentleman was actually just getting up. He was on his knees trying to use the machines. The gentleman obviously on the right is kind of having a hard time seeing the machine. So there is perhaps a user experience issue that needs to be looked at. I do understand there is the app as well, but not everyone is going to use that. Not everyone has that on their phone. So the recommendations that we bring that we think may be reasonable would be the free parking Monday through Thursday in the off season. This would encourage more traffic to some of those businesses that perhaps are struggling a bit at those, especially in that period of the year. And it would help maximize the use of the public parking area. I did write here that vehicles do not result in vibrancy. However, they're certainly more vibrant to have a full parking lot over an empty one. So reduce the hours from 8 to 8 year-round to 10 to 6. We did find that 8 to 8 was a bit on the long side. So, and the original, what I believe was originally pitched to council in one of the recommendations in December 2019 was 11 till 5. So we didn't really have comment to that because obviously there's wheels turning in the background. For some of those other users, such as restaurants, perhaps have a small pool of passes that are given out for a certain area at a nominal fee. This could be businesses can purchase for their staff and they hand to those staff, so it's never they get more than one, they always only get one, and the staff can then hand it around. One of the limitations of the current program is it's license plate based, and therefore registering for staff, the town doesn't have a way to differentiate that. It's one license plate. So the tag means you have to have the physical object. Partially because staff are commuting from outside Canmore, this makes sense. It could be administered by the BIA, and it could be done in an area that's kind of underutilized in terms of actual use right now. We do believe that the MD and the area should be included in the 3-hour program. They are an area that does not have a commercial base like we do.
So, yeah, that's just the time element, but I see you're right near the end, so just
Yep.
go ahead and finish as you plan.
We don't want to cause them to go elsewhere. So in essence, the downtown has a lot of these facilities. We do have competing areas that are around. They will go somewhere else. I do understand there's the concern they add to the traffic levels. They're coming here anyways, and we're giving them a reason not to come downtown. So we do think that they should be included in that program. Then a grace period before ticketing. We did hear that there were issues with people who would go to the machine, and by the time they got back, I know there is one lady who's like a hawk. She comes in and she's ticketed you before you can blink. She's doing her job. But the issue there being that the customers are trying to do their job of use the machines and whatnot and figure it out. And then allow residents to register their plates with the town rather than beginning a session. So rather than using the app, it's registered on a permanent basis and maybe has to be renewed every year. Other than that, that is our presentation today. We look forward to continuing to work with council and administration. This is our slow season, and I'm sure we will be looking at this again in the future with peak season after we've had more data. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kendall. And I just want to see if there's any questions from council based on the presentation that was made. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for presentation. I was being a bit cheeky.
Yes,
sorry about that.
I understand that.
I'm kind of well known for it. So My question, I have a few questions, and I thank you for your presentation. I wasn't here for the committee of the whole presentation that was that in March? Are we in May? Yes,
Yeah,
we
I don't know
are.
when
I'm like losing track of time. Do we have an idea as to what percentage of downtown BIA staff commute from outside of the town of Canmore? Have you, I feel like I read somewhere that there was a survey at some point over the winter that went out about that.
We, I believe, have some data, and as Mayor Krauser had asked, I'm happy to send over the package. The only issue we have there is we have a limited number who respond. So because of that, it might not be complete, but I do believe that's in our package we can provide.
Do you know why they don't respond?
People.
I know that this is a problem that, like, and organizations have that, and just because it was winter season and so the quieter time of year, I know that you guys were purposeful in sending that information out during quiet season.
I think some people just don't care. I mean, just to be
That's
clear,
fair.
the in the sense only that it doesn't affect them as much.
Gotcha.
Right? The people who did respond to this survey, I think, are more directly affected, the second survey at least, are more directly affected than perhaps have more to say. I think council might recognize that that's tends to be the case.
Yep.
So I'd be happy to find those statistics.
And I should go back and watch the March Committee of the Whole presentation more carefully.
Right.
Do we have an understanding as to how many privately owned stalls that property owners have downtown and how those are being used? And if you've had a chance to build sort of like a cooperative with your existing parking? Because there's many times I go downtown and the public parking lots are full, but the private lots are not.
Sorry, maybe I'll ask Beth.
I thought you retired.
I thought I had two.
I'm sorry.
Overall, there's 1,000 stalls in the downtown.
Including public and private.
Including public and
gotcha.
private. A number of the private that have more than 1 or 2 spots have gone to paid parking also.
Okay, yeah,
So,
I noticed some of that, yeah.
Yeah. So
I was thinking
I
more
would
along
have
the
to,
alleys.
I'd have to talk to Andy Asarde
Yeah.
and confirm that again, the number. I have it somewhere in my notes.
I know, I
From
do too,
previous-
and it was from 2
Way
years
back.
ago,
Yeah, from
and I
2019,
messaged him
yeah.
this morning, but he's in meetings all
Yeah.
morning, so I haven't.
So from 2019, we would have that information.
Yeah.
But obviously, the stalls in the large, on street and in the parking are the predominant amount.
Mm-hmm.
But there was some work, I understand, between some businesses to help each other out.
Mm-hmm.
And since I've been back, I haven't had an opportunity to see who's doing what type of thing.
Well, some
and-
businesses are super busy during the day and they shut down at 7
Yeah.
or 6, and others are,
Exactly.
they get busy at 5 and they continue on till midnight. And so
Exactly.
there's those complementary possibilities that I was wondering
Exactly.
if there had been taken advantage of.
I'm not sure what the previous executive director did in with regard to that, but
Mm-hmm.
it is something that we have talked about since I've come back on board.
Gotcha. I didn't mean it like, I wish you weren't here, Beth. I just meant, I wish you had retired because you were so excited about it. That's what I meant.
I will note that Beth, I think, came back with a lot of energy. I think the break. Yeah.
There you go.
I will just speak briefly just with our properties. We've left it a little bit more open. We have seen some spillover that's occurred. One limitation that we had in talking with the town about doing enforcement on our own lots that was similar to this is it goes back to the license plate. If every individual vehicle owner has to register their plate, you can't really have that sort of turnover in the same way that you would have with a parking tag. Because the parking tag is then the physical object you have to have that signifies that you can use that space. The license plate means that it's per vehicle. So not everyone's sharing the same vehicle, so it makes it hard to share those. So that was a challenge when it came to working with the town on doing it on private property. And I know that other property owners use other services. They pay for those directly.
Yeah.
I think they offset it with the cost of that they receive for ticketing and whatnot.
Right. That's all my questions, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Mera.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kendall, for your presentation. I'm just curious, most of my questions have just been answered, so I appreciate that. Couple things. How many businesses are part of the BIA, would you say?
I think it's around 200.
Around 200? Okay, perfect. And what does the BIA consider a peak season when you're talking about peak season?
I would say May long weekend through sort of Thanksgiving.
Okay. And you said there's nobody really currently tracking in the off-season residents versus tourists for spending in businesses.
No, what I meant more was the actual usage of the parking areas, what kind of like utilization rates we have, whether it's, 100% utilized versus 100%.
So those are tracked through the paid parking program.
Yes.
As far as usage.
In a meeting with Mr. Sarde, he said that they will have data on that.
Yeah.
After the year is up.
Yeah.
To present with, to have us work with.
That's right.
Okay. And I also just want to say thank you to your board and whoever put this together, and yourself, of course, for your time on the BIA, and appreciate bringing recommendations. I know a lot of people just like to say this is wrong and not come with recommendations, so I appreciate that fact. And I just want to say we should maybe put a little memory chip and take it from Beth when she leaves again, and put it in the memory bank. So thank you.
Certainly. You're welcome.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Kendall. It can be a little nerve-wracking doing a presentation there. Going through the recommendations, one of the ones that really intrigued me was during the off-season doing a reduction of hours from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and instead considering 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Curious what was the rationale behind that? Were there comparable communities, or what was the logic behind it?
I think it's more on the sort of supply and demand side of things. Mm-hmm. There is not a lot of demand for the lots in the morning, mm-hmm. and having the option to give to locals who sort of refuse to use the 3 hour, I don't quite fully understand it, but again, it's a barrier to just driving up, and it's a change, right? So there is a transition there. So getting some errands done for the sort of earlier portion. And then 6, I mean, that's kind of when evening time begins. It kind of tapers out in terms of the amount of people downtown. So that was generally the sort of mindset that went into that.
Okay, yeah, because part of me wonders also if there was like a safety concern that's being brought up by some of the staff that are working later in the off season. If there's a 6 p.m. reduction in the hours, that might facilitate that. Trying to understand the last recommendation, when you say allow residents to register their license plates with the town rather than beginning a quote-unquote session, is that to address, what's the use case that's trying to address? Yeah.
I think it goes back to what I said in terms of barrier. So I think for some, they see it's the perception of paid parking, and now there's a barrier to use it. I think if a local was able to register their plate and then the parking staff was able to determine that plate was therefore in their system, if you will, and that began, we'll say the session is the same as the session of hitting the start button. Again, I think there's a lot of technicality to that, and I know that will be a limiting factor to that, mm-hmm. but rather than them just coming and having to do the process,
yeah.
That takes place in the town side where, if their vehicle is there, the town begins that process because they're going around, right? So
right.
They'll know if they're there for 3 hours by the third time they go around.
So as opposed to the user having to take the step of app or machine.
Precisely.
Say one of the parking enforcement people, they see the plate, they scan it, and that's like minute 0 sort of thing.
Precisely.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, I understand. Okay, thank you. And last piece, I think this is maybe like a commentary. It's been my understanding that paid parking, they've been quite sympathetic towards if someone is in that situation where I was going to the machine and just by the time I got back, I got a ticket. It's my understanding that people can take that ticket, come into town hall and they'll refund that situation.
I think it's more the process of that. I think the fact that some of what we heard was that it happened so quickly and some people might not know. It might be a Saturday or Sunday. I mean, that's our busiest times, so that might not be an option. It would be more, I think, for visitors because they might be a little less likely to do that process versus a local. So, but that's a total guess, right? It's
okay.
I've not been in that situation.
Okay. Maybe I ask one more, sir? Yeah.
We do have lineups, a quick one.
Okay, just from Ms. Miller, Municipal Enforcement, could you maybe like elaborate on some of that commentary there? And then I'm good to go. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that our staff are doing their job efficiently, but I would argue it doesn't happen as frequently as it might appear. There's sometimes stories that they're really quite fast. They don't know how long that they've been parked there. They're just scanning the plate. If the session has started, they don't issue a ticket. If the session hasn't started, they issue a fine usually. There's an appeal process, and when it is within that short of a time period, we usually do those on the spot because we know that we're going to appeal it. So there is a bit of a grace period there. You do have to come in. A quick way of making sure that you are booking your session as soon as you park is to use the app, the web app, either through the web portal or through the app. The machines we are addressing, how many machines we have downtown, we have ordered more. So we'll be putting those out in a few different spots as well. So that should also help alleviate some of that. If the staff do see someone who's trying to activate a session, they don't know where that person walked from, but they also ask for help if they need any help or assistance. They have pretty good customer service that way.
Great, thank you. Dr. Cottle, did you have something you wanted?
Just one question of clarification, I think, from what you said, Ms. Miller, to Mr. Kendall's point. So for on the weekend, when the Civic Center isn't open, and if it's a day visitor, for example, do they have an opportunity to email parking at Canmore to address that, or do you have to physically come to the Civic Center?
No, you can email as well, and all the appeal instructions are on the back of the tag.
Great, thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Kendall, for your presentation. Kind of along those lines, well, first off, as a downtown business owner, I can appreciate many of these recommendations, and I thank you for bringing them forward. As far as the parking machines themselves, have you supplied administration with a recommendation as to where you'd like to see more of these machines that we just purchased? Is there some collaboration there?
I think, yeah.
I'm seeing a nodding head from Ms. Vandervoort for the viewing audience. Yeah.
We've been fortunate to have since I came back, a couple of conversations with Ms. Miller regarding all of these issues, so that she would know that we were bringing them forward. And certainly, because she's ordering new ones, I mean, I'm sure, part of that is helping her sort of, where do we need the extra ones?
Yeah.
Though they pretty much know, because some of our blocks are pretty long, and so to get back and forth into a parking machine is pretty hard sometimes, so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I wonder if there was any comment as towards the usability of I know you talked about the physical machines themselves and kind of being there, but the app as well. Any comments or feedbacks from the community on that one?
We were mostly looking at this from the eyes of the business owner, so I don't have that. Again, we're a volunteer board, so I mean, I've got a full-time job, so I don't know all the details. I've tried to synthesize what I've heard from the business community. That I don't have information on. Just the photo that I threw in there, I saw that as more of a, probably a darkness thing when it comes, because the machines are solar powered. So, I mean, my limited knowledge of electrical says that they can have bright screens all the time, which it just makes it a little harder for people to see. I don't think we necessarily want people bowing before our machines, but maybe that's what's happening. Please give me, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Kendall.
Thank you.
Councillor Frobert.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. Thank you, Mr. Kendall, for your presentation and for serving as chair of the board of the BIA, important partner to the town of Canmore. My question is around the fact that there is a monthly parking permit that can be sold, that's for sale, went up for sale in November. It wasn't available last summer. And in the report we received from administration in March, only 17 residents have purchased that permit. Do you have is there awareness within your membership that this exists? Is there a price is it price prohibitive? How does this not meet the need that you're identifying?
Yeah, excuse me. My knowledge of the program is it's limited to Canmore. I believe that's being opened up further to outside areas. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
We haven't done anything to change anything yet, but there are a lot of things that are being talked about changing.
So
That's one of them.
I think it has limited use inside Canmore proper, and certainly, you know, for 17 people, it's worth it for them to do. I think it goes a little bit back to the cost to work downtown effect. That why would I get a job where I have to pay $80 a month when I can go work somewhere else in town? So therefore, it's a barrier to work downtown. That's something that we want to prevent. So and again, it goes back to also, it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's based on a specific license plate. So having a hang tag program maybe in a certain area would make it so that that can be shared among staff. So if a restaurant has a bunch of staff and they're going to share it every day of the week, they can give it to the next person and they can park there. Whereas, and then the business pays that cost rather than the staff. So, and now that means 7 different vehicles on 7 different days can then park there. So I do think it will also help with out-of-towners if there was an option for people coming from Cochrane to work here or other areas. But in terms of its uptake, I can't really comment too much on that.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
I think it was more that I wanted to get a better sense of whether or not being able to purchase a pass to park downtown all day, any day, was something that businesses or employees of businesses were interested in. If they weren't aware of it, then that's one barrier. But if they're aware of it and it's just not meeting their need, but this is one way to decrease the cost and to make it more convenient. But then, other than free parking that you have to walk a little bit to.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to the price barrier. Like if you're working in a restaurant for $18 an hour and you have to pay $80 a month to park there plus your vehicle costs, that's the eyes that I've heard that, or years I've heard that through. So I think for some business owners it makes sense for them to do that for themselves. I just think that if you want to do it for your staff, it's not really an option.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, looking to see if there's any other questions. Councilor McCallum.
Thank you. I'll just answer my own question from before about the number of paid parking or stalls downtown. I think Mr. Sarde was tired of me peppering him. There are 420 plus private stalls in the town center according to a 2021 count, December 2021 count. The estimate of 100 garage or parkade spots are included in that count, so those would be probably where people are putting up the Indigo for their own paid parking program, and 577 paid parking spots, 250 free parking spots within walking distance for a total of 1,250 parking stalls. So there's 400, basically just around 420 plus stalls that are private stalls owned by businesses downtown. But I understand from another report that in some cases, the businesses aren't keen to allow their staff to actually park in those stalls, which if they're sitting empty doesn't seem to make all the sense. Some of the sense. I get why if you're trying to preserve it for your guests. But
right.
In some cases, your guests are not driving in the alley to park in the evenings.
Yeah.
So.
I will say this is a very large topic of discussion, and I think this might be longer than the public hearing you just had. And most of the people are still here.
Change always brings that, right? Change will always bring that, for sure. And this is something that we started talking about in 2019, and then in 2020, and then in 2021. So,
and we'll be talking on
yes, for sure, and have seen a vast improvement of the program since what we originally proposed in 2019. So I'm going to guess many of the members of the BIA have friends or counterparts that either have ancillary businesses or chain businesses also. Chain, like JK, it's not really a chain.
Sure.
But so what are they experiencing? Are they having the same issues in terms of attracting staff out of Cochrane and with that barrier to have to pay downtown? And what is that council doing about it?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I will say that we don't have a mode shift option from areas outside here. We do have the Rome bus in Canmore. I think for some of those people attracting staff, it goes down to a livability thing again.
Yeah.
Like, now we have nuance on top of this. I'm not quite sure what they're doing in those other areas. I mean, we do appreciate the fact there is the 3-hour free program, because I think that is something that is quite unique in terms of.
And as a reminder,
Yes.
that all of the handicap spots downtown are free.
Yep.
Right? Free. So if you have seniors that are
Yep.
struggling, and I've had that conversation many times with seniors, friends of mine, that those spots are free if they have a hang tag, and they give those hand tags out to people over 65 like candy.
Councillor McCallum, did you have another question?
That was it. I just wanted to know if you'd had any, because it's the same app, a similar program with some variances, and wondering what sort of conversations you'd had with other businesses west of here in terms of their challenges with their program, which is different but the same.
I know, I think Beth maybe looked, did you didn't really have any conversations with externally outside the area, but we haven't gone further out. I mean,
Okay.
this has mostly come based upon the feedback we've received from our memberships.
From your membership.
You know.
Okay, I was
And-
just curious.
Yeah,
with
we haven't done a deep dive. Again, we're a volunteer board, and
I hear
we've
ya.
gone through a transition of executive director recently. But we tried to synthesize out what we thought was unreasonable. Like, the preface of having any discussion with our membership was, it's not going away, right? But
Yeah.
let's find a way to optimize it, which is
Right.
sort of what I think we've tried to do for our community.
Yeah.
And the uniqueness of it.
Yeah. I think that if you're going to get that unique, you might as well cancel the whole damn program in certain cases. I think it's too boutique in some of the requests. But that's my opinion, and I have 5, 6 other people that might disagree with me.
And there will be lots of
tend to.
time, and there will be lots of
Yes.
time to talk about that, as
For
we're
sure.
not making any decisions
Not
today.
today.
We understand that.
So, thank you very much for coming today. I believe that this is excellent feedback, and I really appreciate the balanced approach. Recognizing what's good, making suggestions on where you believe that there's room for improvement. So, our process with delegations is that we do not make a decision today on the requests. It will come back to the next council meeting on June 6th, I think it is. And at that point, we'll decide if we want to approve a request or put it to administration to take a look at, or say thanks for the information, or whatever. Those are all that are set out in our procedural bylaw, right? So thank you once again for an excellent report and for providing this feedback today. And I hope that you can report back to your board and your constituents that there's obviously a lot of interest in what was provided, given the number of questions that were put forward. So
Absolutely.
obviously we're listening.
Yep. Thank you very much for your time.
Great, thank you. So what we're going to do is we're going to deal with item D, approval of minutes, and then I'm going to be calling a morning break. So item D1, minutes of the February 21st, 2023 special meeting of council. Are there any errors or omissions? Anyone noted? Seeing none, I will move approval of the minutes from February 21st, 2023 special meeting of council as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now moving to the minutes of April 4th. Once again, I'll ask if there are any errors or omissions. Seeing none, I'll move approval of the minutes of April 4th, 2023 regular meeting of council. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'm now going to call a 15-minute break. It's 10:37. Let's come back at 10:52. On again. Okay, we're back from our break. Next on the agenda is item G1. This is the Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2022-25, the CRPS LGMS DCC. And I will look to Mr. Gravel. You're going to be making a presentation to us, so thank you very much.
Correct, thank you. Okay, well, good morning, everyone. Allow me to introduce Bylaw 2022-25. This bylaw proposes to redesignate a portion of the Lawrence Grassy Middle School site currently designated as Public Use District to a Direct Control District. The purpose of the redesignation is to achieve the goals and objectives of the Canadian Rockies Public School Lawrence Grassy Middle School Area Redevelopment Plan. There's been several jokes already made about the length of that, so I'll skip those and I'll just refer to that as the ARP moving forward. So I'll give a brief overview of where we are in the planning hierarchy, particularly for those in attendance or watching from home who may be unfamiliar with the planning process. As Council is aware, the ARP was approved last year. This document provides high-level direction and also for certain items, detailed direction for redevelopment at the site. As shown on the graphic on the slide, we are now at the next stage, which is amending the land use bylaw to create appropriate land use regulations. So we get into more details like the percentage of the site that needs to be landscaped, for example. The detailed regulations in the DC district must conform with the ARP, and if there is or are detailed regulations in the ARP, these are essentially duplicated at the land use stage as they've already been established and set. As the applicant is not proposing to amend the ARP, these detailed ARP requirements are not being evaluated again by administration. The applicant must conform with any detailed ARP requirements. So for example, the ARP already establishes the maximum density, the maximum number of building stories, and so forth. Reviewing the DC district's alignment with the ARP contains 8 goals that include pedestrian-focused design, affordable housing, employee housing, housing diversity, neighborhood character, energy and green building principles, community amenities, and public school sustainability. We'll roll through the DC district's alignment with these goals, excluding public school sustainability, which isn't a matter of land use. So looking at the first goal, which is for pedestrian-focused design, specifically to enhance the pedestrian realm by prioritizing pedestrian safety and movement, encouraging non-motorized modes of travel while accommodating vehicle access to the site. The ARP includes further guidance on this goal. For example, pedestrian circulation concepts included a cross-section for the internal road, showing it as a shared street, and detailed requirements for off-site pathway development and road improvements to 4th Street. Administration believes these details are sufficient and no further direction is required as part of the DC district. The DC district does include the requirement for a comprehensive site plan to be provided with the first development permit application. This will show these elements and how they are phased to ensure orderly development of the project. As a result of this, administration considers this goal to be achieved through the proposed DC district. So just combine 2 goals here. These are the goals for affordable housing and employee housing, specifically to dedicate a portion of the housing stock to align with the Canmore Community Housing Program and dedicate a portion of the housing stock to build suitable employee housing. The DC district includes perpetually affordable housing and employee housing as permitted uses. The specific commitments, as been mentioned, including the number of units, will be secured outside of the land use process and are not reflected in the DC district as a result. Given this, administration considers these goals to be achieved as much as feasible here through the proposed DC district. Moving on to the ARP goal for housing diversity, specifically to provide a range of dwelling sizes and configurations to increase available housing choice for local residents to allow people of all ages to live in the area. In response to this goal, the DC district enables a range of housing choices by including various housing typologies as uses in the district. For example, townhouse, stacked townhouse, attached accessory dwelling units are included as possible uses. At the development permit stage, the developer will be required to demonstrate a range of unit sizes and types in compliance with the ARP. Finally, with regards to density, the DC district complies with and duplicates the maximum density. That is 120 dwelling units as outlined in the ARP. As a result, administration considers this goal to be achieved through the proposed DC district. With regards to the goal for neighborhood character, specifically to establish neighborhood design requirements that result in a sense of place, there are several policy statements in the ARP that provide detailed and specific direction on design, such as required building setbacks, maximum number of building stories, and massing strategies. So with regards to building setbacks, the ARP contains detailed and specific minimum building setbacks. In response to this, the DC district duplicates and therefore complies with these setback requirements. With regards to building massing, the ARP contains a requirement for taller buildings to be located internal to the site to control massing. In response to this, the DC district duplicates and therefore complies with this requirement. With regards to building height, the ARP contains specific limitations on the number of stories, limiting the buildings located in Area A or around the perimeter to 2.5 stories and the taller buildings located internal to the site to 3.5 stories. In response, the DC district duplicates these and therefore complies with these requirements. The DC district does prescribe absolute building heights of 10 meters for Area A and 14 meters for Area B. Although no specific mention of these heights limits are in the ARP policy statements, these were used in the cross-section in Appendix E of the ARP that was used to demonstrate the appropriateness of the proposed number of building stories and building setbacks. As a result, administration supports these amounts as they form part of that assessment. Also related to maximum height, the DC district includes an opportunity for a variance to maximum height where the architecture of the building is further enhanced. As Council is aware, they amended that regulation as part of first reading. Administration considers this goal to be achieved through the proposed DC district. Next, looking at the goal for energy sustainability in green buildings, specifically to promote the development and use of energy-saving technologies and green building design. In response to this, the DC district includes a commitment that all parking stalls shall be EV capable. It also includes a commitment to explore opportunities to meet the greenhouse gas reduction targets set out in the town's climate action plan. This will be further explored at the development permit stage, and of course any new development will be required to comply with the town's green building regulations as outlined in the LUB. As a result, administration considers this goal to be achieved through the proposed DC district. Finally, the ARP goal for community amenities, specifically to provide a variety of community amenities for residents and visitors of the town of Canmore. Examples of amenities include the school garden, off-site improvements, open space, and a public pathway. In response to this, the DC district includes a reiteration of the requirement in the ARP that the school garden will be relocated and maintained within the site and at the same size. A requirement for the developer to build and secure a public multi-use pathway that transects the site, and a requirement for 37% of the district to be landscaped, similar to the requirements of the R4 district. As a result, administration considers this goal to be achieved through the proposed DC district. Moving on from goals, vehicle parking is not a goal of the ARP, but there's been many questions about it, so I'll touch on this. The ARP does not provide direction on minimum parking requirements other than parking needs to be accommodated on site. The DC district does not establish any special parking requirements, so in this case, just the town-wide requirements would apply. And as was mentioned earlier, for townhouse development, it's 1 stall per unit and 0.15 stalls, visitor parking stalls per unit. The applicant has confirmed that they can meet these requirements for 120 units on the site without the need for a variance to these regulations. Administration is therefore satisfied that there will be adequate on-site parking. With regards to stakeholder engagement, the applicant has not completed any new public engagement. In their opinion, a rigorous public engagement process was undertaken as part of the development of the ARP. Administration completed a courtesy mail-out to landowners within and adjacent to the boundary of the ARP and allowed a month for comment. Approximately 40 letters were received. Won't go over the list of concerns. They were outlined in the staff report, and I think Council's heard some of those as well today. But as stated in the staff report, many of the concerns were mainly for aspects of the development, for example, density, loss of open space, massing, traffic servicing that were already accepted or assessed and accepted as at the ARP stage. And as mentioned a couple of times, the applicant is not proposing to amend the ARP, so those items are not being reevaluated. With regards to administration's recommendation, we recommend that council give second and third reading to bylaw 2022-25. That concludes my presentation. Happy to take any questions council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gravel, and thank you for this excellent report. You touched at the end the items that were heard. Your report does give a response with respect to each one of them, and I thought that was very helpful. So thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor Faubert, you have a question.
Thank you, Mayor Crouser. Thank you, Mr. Gravel, for your presentation. I have a question around site access. And when I look at the ARP, there is a map that identifies 2 locations where vehicles will be able to drive in and access housing. And in the DC district, it's just 1. And I know that Lori spoke a bit about it, but from administration's perspective, why would we have 1 access on 4th Street and not provide a vehicle access to the employee housing area up on 5th Street as well?
I will defer that question to the engineering counterpart.
Oh, I'll address my question to Mr. Kinsey. Thank you.
Well, happy to speak to that. So there's the primary access off of 4th. I'd like to actually see the site plan that you're referring to, because I do believe there is an access for the housing units to the furthest north from 5th. And that would be, so there are some proposed modifications to the bus turnaround. But my understanding is that the access to those units is provided off of 5th. But I could speak more broadly to the idea of having this primary access off of 4th and none off of 7th. A few reasons for that is, one is to preserve the pedestrian realm. So the more driveways we introduce, the more potential we have for pedestrian conflict. Also, by reducing the number of driveways, we are maximizing street parking. So every driveway we introduce, we reduce the number of available parking stalls in the public realm. If you prefer, Councillor Faubert, we can look into that and come back later.
It's on page 14 of, not of the staff report from the ARP, but of the approved ARP from the website. So it would look like this. Oh, you're almost there, almost there. One more. There we go. Yeah, so up at the top, parcel 2, where I was under the impression that that would be the employee housing, there's a parking lot in this image and an access. But in the DC district, that's not there. And then my secondary concern is accessibility for people who might live in those units. Are they not able to park? Or like, I know we would have enough parking, but is the parking adjacent to the units with this layout or with the?
Yeah, so my understanding, and I see that Mr. Gravel is looking for the image, but the parking would be accessed off of 5th there. Also coming off of 5th would be the emergency access that we spoke about earlier, which would be provide pedestrian cycling access, but would be equipped with bollards to prevent vehicle access.
Okay, yeah, because when I looked at this one and I looked at area A, yeah. I wasn't sure that there was vehicle access, but I think it might just be the overlay of the colors. Okay.
It's obscured by the pink hatching there, yeah.
Okay, I think that addresses some of the concerns that I heard earlier today. Thank you so much.
Right, and that's just for the, and that access is just for the parking for that Area A building, which is the employee, the teacher residence.
Correct.
Right. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to confirm some questions that were asked in the public hearing that Mayor Krausert responded to, but I wanted to do it all at once. So short-term rentals, tourist home, visitor accommodation, none of that is part of the zoning of this project, correct?
That's correct.
There are no single detached dwellings that are planned to be built or duplex dwellings on this site, correct?
That's correct.
In terms of floodplain, the building will be built slab on grade, which means it'll be above grade in terms of dealing with water, whereas some of the older homes in South Canmore that get water in their crawl space, they wouldn't, if they were to build again, they would never actually be able to have a crawl space anymore.
That's correct.
And in terms of affordable housing, we're actually looking at more income-appropriate housing. And I know that that's a new term that has been used in the last couple of years, but I think that when we look at affordable housing, when we, the royal we, when we think of affordable housing, we think like deep, deep subsidy income housing. This is actually through the Vital Homes program, which basically looks at incomes that are within working Canmore. Those that are looking for deep subsidies, that's through Bow Valley Regional Housing. So that's not this program, correct? This is the Vital Homes program.
This would be outside of land use. So
Yeah, oh, for sure, but it is part of the,
yes, my understanding is it's
Yes.
part of Canmore Community Housings.
that was all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Looking to see if there are any other questions. Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Gravel. I will now move that council give second reading to Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2022-25, Canadian Rockies Public Schools, Lawrence Grassy Middle School Direct Control District. Speaking to this motion, we certainly have heard concerns raised by a few residents that Councillor McCallum has spoken to just now and asked questions about. In particular, around the land use, there's around parking, heights, traffic, density, views. I am comfortable that this bylaw not only aligns with the ARP, but also aligns with our practices within Canmore, and that takes into account those concerns as best as possible. And so I'm prepared to support this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert.
Quick to the gun. There we go. Thank you, Mayor Krausert, for your comments. I'm going to be speaking in favor of second reading. And I believe that a number of the issues that have been raised through this process for the land use bylaw rezoning have, since the original area redevelopment plan, definitely been top of mind for residents of that neighborhood. And while I know that the vision that's being put forward by Canadian Rockies Public School for this site might not be the vision that others see for it, for me, there is an incredible value to what is being proposed. I don't think that there is another example that contributes a higher percentage of units on a development for what I would call future community benefit through the Vital Homes program, as well as the employee housing for staff at CRPS. At 33% of the overall density being contributed towards people that we know live and work here currently and need income appropriate housing, need employee housing. This is, I think, a great benefit to the community, and I think there's great value and there is vision to that as well. I think in order to see CRPS's other visions come to fruition, the rest of the site, the rest of the units are market. And that's also one thing that CRPS is doing here, I think, is really entrepreneurial and innovative. And it's kind of one of those double-edged swords in the sense that if they had stable and predictable funding, we might not be here right now having this conversation. Instead, we have a public school board that is tenacious and survives and looks at challenges as ways to come up with creative solutions. I often say if you hit a wall, find a way around it. And this is kind of CRPS's way around the wall of fiscal uncertainty for public funding of education. That, however, is not related to land use, so I apologize for tangenting there. In terms of heights, the heights were set out in the area redevelopment plan, and the rezoning is in line with that. There is an allocation for some variance, and I really appreciated at first reading some of the explanation around how those height variances on the roof form could help deliver energy efficiency or green building objectives. And so I think that those are in line with the vision that was set forth in the ARP. And in terms of density, I know that for some people, I think density is a feeling. And when it comes to this stage of approvals and regulating, what I'm looking for is numbers. And it's well within the range of what's currently allowed in the R4 district. And what I really appreciate in terms of this proposal is the massing transition, where all of the units on the outside of the perimeter are townhouse height, and within the center of the property, there are increased heights. And I think that density, for some people, is not the best experience of their neighborhood, but density can also be a solution to the problems that we have as a community. And infill development can help us deliver housing for people who live and work here, especially when a project comes forward and is contributing 33% that would go directly towards the people we're trying to house in our community. The flooding issues, I think, have been covered. I know that's a big concern, especially 10 years after the flood. And parking, I think, is one of those evergreen issues. And with one stall per unit, I think that, and following the guidelines that are already set out in our approved land use bylaw, that is sufficient. And I don't understand how we could predict what the maximum parking use would be in the future, because you don't know what people's future needs might be. And when it comes to the future, I think too, this particular neighborhood and area over my lifetime has seen an increase in density already. And I'm thinking of the future when it comes to what this proposal will bring to the community. And that's why I'm going to vote in favor. And I will wrap it up there.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hillstad?
Thank you. I will also be in support of this second reading for many of the reasons that have already been spoken, but again, I do appreciate how the massing is, the perimeter buildings are closer to what is already existing in the neighborhood, and then as it goes into the center, that's where the height gets built up, and it won't be as intrusive because it's the interior of the site. Also, just a side note, when I went to school there, that's basically where the school was. That's where the building was. We used to play, a game called Firing Squad off of the gym wall, which was a brick wall, and we stared at that wall and threw balls at it and then threw balls at each other. So, which was great fun back then. I know, it was fun. With regards to the concerns of the lack of green space and things, that site has changed numerous times over the years. That green space that everyone keeps talking about, that was a parking lot. That's where I remember walking in, and that was to get to the front entrance of the school. The site has changed a lot. even if you go back just to Google Maps and look at the furthest date back, there was the old temporary units sitting at the front there. So again, I understand that we like our green space, but there is a giant field just to the side there that's been there forever, and there's still plenty of green space. There's plenty. That's where I see most of the kids hanging out at recess time, running in the field and hanging out by Stan Rogers Stage. So everything else has already been covered. I just wanted to throw that out there, so I will be supporting.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mera.
Thank you. I appreciate Councillor McCallum for pointing out and bringing forward and clarifying the concerns and that were brought up today and have previously been brought up. I appreciate everything that everyone has already said and agree. I too went to school where Councillor Hillstad went, and also there was housing on that lot. There was Mr. Misankos, who was the principal at that time, and I used to go there for coffee, and so it was housing at one time. I think everything's been addressed. I know that there's staffing issues in our community. I hate to see that our quality teachers are leaving our community, and we don't want to end in a deficit there and have bigger problems. I live in an area that's close to a school. I've lived up there for almost 40 years, giving my age away, that also has density at the bottom of my street. And I see a lot of those concerns that were concerns then. Parking was one, density was one, but in that there was no affordable housing. There was no, I don't think there would be public input, but there were a lot of concerns around it. And there is only one entrance to in and out to that dense area, but it has worked out. And it's nice to see the community down there thriving. There's young people, and everyone is respectful, in my mind, of the parking. And I think there might be opportunity for, if there becomes a problem down there for parking, to have a permit parking area, which the residents could apply for too. So after all that is said and done, I will be in support of this project.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to everyone else who's spoken already this morning. This is a project that's been sort of stirring around for almost 5 years now, if not longer, actually. So I really appreciate the different sort of ebb and flow of the project, how it's changed in terms of need as well as site conditions and community conditions. There's no doubt about it. The income appropriate housing that's being offered through the Vital Homes program through this is incredibly needed and required and valued, as we've seen through our developments in the old daycare lands at Hawks Bend. Those units were snapped up, and it is a vibrant community right now. I will be speaking in favor of second reading and third. If we get to third, I would like to remind everyone in the gallery that the developer is actually a nonprofit, that it is the school board. This isn't, Joe developer, Big D developer that's going to go off to Mexico with his, market winnings and all of this. This is a nonprofit organization that's in the business of education, that is dipping its toe into something that is probably really uncomfortable in terms of land development. And I really appreciate the innovation and the time that has been taken to come to this point. I feel that many of the people that gave us, not all, but many of the people that gave us feedback today thought that we were still in the midst of questioning whether this project was happening or not. This project is happening. What we're deciding today is setbacks, roof heights, green space, number of doors, et cetera. That decision of whether it's happening or not, that boat left a long time ago. I recollect South Canmore when it was also less dense, and I've seen $1 million fourplexes go up over the last 23 years that I've lived here. I think I would like to remind everyone that though we do not have a universal right to a view, our federal government has actually enshrined the right of housing in our Constitution most recently through the Housing Act. And as much as I understand and I empathize with those that are in loss of their view, I would be far more upset if we were in loss of educators and loss of staff, key staff that we require in our community to make us sustainable. And I believe that this development will address some of those shortages and concerns, as well as allow CCH to pilot the residency program, which I think is really important, and this is going to be a really great way to pilot it in our community to create that market within a market that we need. And are there going to be some wealthy people that buy these market units? Yeah, probably. But I also think that due to the lack of larger home amenities, that it's going to be far more attractive to locals and lower non-retired people. But I guess the market will determine that. And as we know, that once the market touches it, it's gone. So that's why I'm grateful for these units of staff housing as well as Vital Homes housing. So after I'm finished pontificating, I would like to say that I would be putting my support behind second and third reading.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you all for your comments this morning. I'm going to keep mine relatively short because my chest is not happy with my soul today. As a councillor that lives directly in that neighborhood, I will be directly affected by these changes. And I believe the relatively small negative impacts are far outweighed by the positive implications of what we are doing here today. When I first bought my house, I had a lovely view of Hai Ling from the back of my bedroom window, and I could wake up in the morning and open the curtains and see a lovely space. And now I see a gray wall. And I don't think that anybody will be affected to that amount, or to that gravity. You know what I'm trying to say. Thank you. I really appreciate the community-mindedness of this project. CCH, staff housing, the 5 homes that will go directly to residents. I think that is a great first step in what we might be able to achieve in further projects within this community. I want to thank everyone for their feedback and know that we did hear you. We did contemplate all of your concerns, all of your feedback, and it is with that we have to sit in this chair and make a decision. And I just want to thank everybody for participating in the process. It's not often you see the gallery full as it has been today, and I'm sure there's some other items that we'll get here today as well. But I will be voting in support of this project, and thank everybody for their creativity, and thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, we've gone through a pretty rigorous process to get to this point. Seen a lot of things, heard a lot of feedback from the public. I feel this project, in terms of its massing design, the terracing, I think concerns about views and shadows will be mitigated by that. From a personal side, I've had friends that were teachers at CRPS and they no longer live here. Right? They've gone to Revy, they've gone to other towns, and it's definitely a challenge. So I also feel the funding stability piece will hopefully create a bit of a bedrock for CRPS moving forward. So please do that well. I have lived in a townhouse complex before as well. We did have a bit of a muse setting, like one road in and out. And we had about 40 units, I believe, at that point, and never really was a situation where the traffic feeding out to that was of a great detriment. So I feel like there is concerns from people say there's one muse road, all these people are coming out, in and out. From my personal experience, it's not as bad as that seems. I feel the addressing of the short-term rentals not being allowed in this space is excellent. As Councillor Mara said, if there is over time a bit of a parking situation, we can address that, right? Like we're in parking 2.0 as we go forward. There's many things that we can do and we be creative. Lastly, I would hope the CRPS does bring forward a great diversity of housing options and a real concerted, sincere effort to sell to locals first for those market units. Thank you. I'll be voting support.
Thank you, Councillor. And just before I call the vote, I certainly share in the comments and support and appreciation of this project and making adaptations to it to minimize impacts on the neighborhood while providing the great benefits that it does. And of course, I spoke to that during the ARP approval. So now I will call the vote on second reading. All of those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that Council give third reading to Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2022-25, Canadian Rockies Public Schools, Lawrence Grassy Middle School Direct Control District. Is there anyone that would like to add to their comments at second reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We're now going to move to item G2. This is the Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2022-14, Trinity Bible Church Direct Control District. And Ms. Miller, welcome to Council. And we'll just give a moment for people to leave. It is. Great.
It's what we're known for.
Sure. Ms. Miller, just before you speak, Councillor Hillstad wanted to make a statement.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. So just want to acknowledge that my parents have been attending Trinity for the last couple of years, and my family and I have started attending Sunday services early last year. Just want to say that I've had no discussion or any input into this proposal, and that speaking to the town solicitor, I can confirm that I do not have a pecuniary interest, so I will be participating in this matter.
Great, thank you for that. And now, Ms. Miller, welcome to Council.
Thank you. Good morning, members of Council. Well, as per usual, Planning and Development is here to bring forward another significant planning matter for your consideration. This application is proposing to rezone the lands within Harvey Heights by establishing a new direct control district, or DC district. Now, this is an important decision as it will signal Council's readiness and under what context the growth boundary around the town will be moved. Now, as Council is aware, there have been 2 previous applications before Council within the last 2 years where the need to move the growth boundary was an element of that proposal. One of those applications was indeed the Smith Creek ASP, and the other was the palliative care application at 800 3rd Avenue. Now, a decision was rendered on the Smith Creek ASP, as we are all very familiar with, whereas the decision on the palliative care application was postponed, but will be coming back to Council shortly. So while Council's decisions aren't precedent-setting, they do inform administration as well as the public's understanding, approach, and expectations around future development on the edges of town, hence the significance of today's discussion. Fortunately, it is just first reading. So this is an opportunity for all involved to ask questions and truly understand all the things necessary before any significant decisions actually need to be made. Now, you will note in this application that there is a difference of opinion between the administration and the applicant regarding the interpretation of the MDP and when the growth boundary can be moved. This will be discussed in greater detail by the file manager. This process will hopefully adjudicate this matter and provide the necessary clarity for this proposal and any future applications on the edges of our community. With that, I will turn it over to the representative for the applicant, Ms. Michelle Ouellette. After council has had the opportunity to hear from them and ask any necessary questions, Mr. Nathan Gravel will provide a presentation on behalf of administration. After he has answered any questions of council, the matter will then be left with council to deliberate first reading. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Ouellette.
Ms. Ouellette, welcome to council.
Thank you very much, everybody. I'm
And
just going to pull up my slides.
feel free to adjust the microphone. Yeah, there you go.
Got a lot of slide decks here.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to make a short presentation to provide context and overview as to, why we've recommended this unique approach for this project. I've also got two other members from the Trinity Bible Church that will speak closer to the end of my presentation, and we'll try and keep it quite succinct. I know we've been here a little while this morning already, so. So this morning, we're here to request a couple of things. One being a request for a direct control bylaw to direct the development of the Trinity Bible Church on a new site located at 105 Harvey Heights Road. And as part of that consideration, there's a regulation in the DC bylaw that asks you to make a recommendation to the CAO to relax and provide an exemption under the sewage bylaw, which is one of the clauses in that bylaw gives you that ability. The CAO can't do that on her own, but she would require that direction. So the proposal is to relocate from the existing site at 1717 Bow Valley Trail to 105 Harvey Heights Road. And we're going to be proposing that the project is a rural standard of development versus urban, and that's a very important distinction. Now, there's some history on the existing church site. It was established as a congregation in 1988, and prior to that, this building or buildings have been used for an RCMP, some other things, and the reality is that the current congregation has outgrown the space. They've probably put a lot of Band-Aids on it and, adjusted over the years. I think the heating system is in the old jail in the basement, as I hear. And truly, Bow Valley Trail is also undergoing quite a transformation, as we all know, with the implementation of several tourist homes and commercial projects in this neck of the woods. So this relocation also supports that transformation and realization of the area redevelopment plan for Bow Valley Trail. So the proposed site, which I think everyone's aware of, is located on Harvey Heights Road, just northeast of that interchange near the springs where sometimes people go to get some water. The two lots here have single detached homes that are rural in nature, and they have rural septic and well systems. Back when the 2016 MDP was being considered, this land was removed from the urban growth boundary for whatever reasons at the time were applied to the site, and that's just the way it is today. However, in terms of the existing development, it's fenced, the area is grass, there's a few shrubs, and truly the redevelopment of both of these sites is very limited under the CW district, which is the current zoning or district. And back when these decisions were made, a discretionary use was added into the CW district to allow single detached dwelling, so that truly the only thing you could ever develop on these properties is a single detached dwelling, or just vacant or whatever rural use. And so just to talk a little bit about the building concept, I want to be very clear with council today that the proposal for the structure and the building is very modest in scale, and we feel it's very compatible with that rural nature around the site, The building square footage is about 6,500, 7,000 square feet, with a maximum height of 13 meters, with an eave-line height of 8 meters. So really, the notion of the building as a concept right now is to ensure compatibility, with the Canmore architecture and be a more minimal presence on that site compatible with nature. And just briefly in the floor concept, the notion is to have a space for about 200 people in that congregation sort of hall that can be, the seats could be moved around a little bit, maybe have a stage and some little performances or things, just typical church activities, to be honest. Classroom facilities, some multi-purposes kind of rooms, and a kitchen, some office space. And in the district, we're proposing a small employee housing unit, really for the rectory, which is a residential unit for the pastor. And just back to sort of the scale of the proposal here with the site, as you see on the diagram, there's some existing buildings that are drawn in yellow, and the proposal is to really place the building where the existing disturbance on the site exists, with a parking lot area that would be gravelled and shrubbed and, landscaped in accordance with the guidelines in the land use bylaw for wildlife smart landscaping and things of that nature. The gravel parking lot, although not designed yet, obviously, allows for permeability and a very limited sort of rural presence on the site as opposed to asphalt. Now, 12% of the site would be the building, roughly, and sort of the proposed area of development with the parking would be about a third of the site. The rear yard is going to be 40 meters, which is in the bylaw, and that respects the recommendations in the environmental impact statement that was completed in alignment with the BCEAG guidelines that recommend sort of a neighborhood commercial activity have a 40-meter separation to the wildlife corridor, in this case to the northeast. And again, just another view of the site plan. There will be some improved fencing through the development permit process. And as I said, the landscaping would be provided as some site improvements. And just a little conversation here about the site servicing. This diagram has several colored lines, and unfortunately the sanitary line is green, so it's hard to see, but it's right east adjacent to the yellow line, which is the natural gas pipeline. And so, for a nonprofit organization to pull the sanitary from west of the highway, you can tunnel under the highway and provide that connection, but that would then transform this into not a rural development, but an urban. And extending that kind of servicing as an urban style development includes things like, I call it the platinum package. We've got paved multi-use trails, facilities, and things that would then extend into that portion of town, which I don't think is necessarily appropriate for the site or the vision for this particular development, having it, as a nonprofit church, really. And so on site, the existing septic can be upgraded to the extent that it can accommodate the amount of utilization it might need. And that process is approved by the province of Alberta. And in terms of the water line, which is the the blue line on the east side of the highway in front of the site, we can connect into there to provide supplemental water flows in addition to the well. And so the details of, milliliters per second and all the fire flows and things required can be accommodated. And those items would be covered off during the detailed design stage from the perspective that we have to ensure safety and fire protection and all those goodies. And again, in order for us to create a rural nature development for the church on the site, we do request that the sewerage bylaw is relaxed and you allow the CAO to exempt the site from that bylaw. I'll just speak briefly about the direct control district. And in your packages, you obviously have the printed materials that give you all the ins and outs with setbacks and heights and things. And so in the staff report, there was mention of the custom definition for cultural establishment. Now, I started off with the base cultural establishment, and it has a lot of auxiliary uses allowed and things, that just allow supplemental activities. When you go to church, you don't just go to church once a week. Sometimes there's a meeting of a group or a support or something going on that site, or maybe in the summer there might be an event. Everyone gets together under a party tent in the backyard for, a Saturday. So I just wanted to make sure that those kinds of things were included in the definition, although it doesn't deviate far from the standard, to be honest. There's a minimum lot area. It's about 1 hectare in size. And there is a maximum site coverage in the regulation to 12%. And again, the building height at 13 meters, a 15-meter front yard, which is quite extent, nice extent from the front yard, and the rear is 40 meters in the regulation, as I mentioned. The side yards are 6 meters, which is fairly standard. The setback to the single attached use on the other lot, in terms of those two uses being compatible, a lot of times in RF1 or residential 1 single detached neighborhoods, there's a religious assembly. I mean, it's kind of one of those uses that we want to have in communities, so often they are compatible uses in residential neighborhoods if that is a concern here. Now, there's the MDP policies around growth boundaries and amendments to the growth boundaries, and my experience in Canmore is that's quite a large discussion. I can appreciate that. However, in this case, what we're suggesting is that we're not asking to change that growth boundary and allow the rural nature of this church, self-contained. I can see a lot of financial benefits of that, as well as social and other benefits that we'll get into. But truly, just the policy section 4.1.4 does allow for development within a conservation area, which is what this is designated, and ensure that, a large community benefit is demonstrated. It says exceptional in the policy. Now, I don't know if exceptional means we don't offer those services as a municipality and then it's exceptional. It's greater than. I think there's some interpretation to what exceptional means. And I'm hoping that we can amplify that for you by the other two speakers that will join me up here in a moment. We did do an environmental impact statement for the site to ensure the compatibility. That was reviewed by MSES, the town's third-party reviewer, upon agreed terms of reference. So there's recommendations in that environmental impact statement that show up in the direct control with respect to wildlife-friendly fencing, signage to say, okay, you're going to come on this site, we're going to do some religious assembly and cultural things, but you're not supposed to jump the fence and run around. So there's this educational signage piece and a few other recommendations. And, at the end of the day, the impact was deemed acceptable by MSES and that there was no further mitigations. I know I talked a little bit about the infrastructure, but I just want to re-emphasize the fact that a change to the growth boundary for the site really creates a different conversation for those two lots. There's a lot of extensive infrastructure costs that would have to be extended to create that urban presence, to create that urban development. And as a nonprofit, the Trinity Bible Church doesn't really have that, big scale motive, pro forma, desire for that level of intensity or the economics of it for a nonprofit. And that kind of works two ways. On the upfront cost side, you know, we have development in town, and developers pay for a lot of infrastructure and things that are essential and create a wonderful place for people to live. But once they hand that over to the town, it becomes a town asset that then has to be operated and maintained. And this site will not be an income generator on a tax-based perspective because it is a nonprofit. So I felt at the financial level, this is a net zero game on the site. We're not providing extra infrastructure that might get costly in the future, and there won't be any tax revenue from the nonprofit. That's for that site. And I guess that leads me into the economic benefits. I spoke about the relocation opening up the site, and I apologize for such a text-heavy slide, you know, but I just wanted to have people the ability to read that on their own while I'm speaking about the relocation opening up this site, as we saw, with the stick frame construction underway behind it. And we've got 2 letters of opinion from local realtors that the redevelopment of that existing site will generate $250,000 plus or minus in tax revenue for the town every year as a new commercial development. Right now, the nonprofit, as I said, doesn't pay taxes on that site. And the other benefit of upgrading the current site, obviously, is some of the new infrastructure that's going on in Bow Valley Trail. So it renews the infrastructure, improves that road cross-section, and, you know, the view and the aesthetic, obviously, of the town there. And I did speak about the development of the new rural church having that kind of no financial cost, really, from an infrastructure perspective down the road, and having that standalone presence. Again, on the environmental side, there's really no environmental impact to this. We are using an existing disturbed piece of land, and I know there's been a lot of, you know, back and forth conversations with council about this land, and I feel like this might just, you know, I don't want to say end the discussion, but it will just put a lid on what's happening with that site. And all the recommendations for signage or fencing for the wildlife and the plantings will be in accordance with the land use bylaw and the direct control. On the social benefit side, I'd like to ask Pastor Sean to come and speak to sort of this whole package of things that go on. And following Sean will be Jaleesa, who would like to just tell us a brief story about her relationship with the Trinity Bible Church, if that's all right.
Great. Welcome to council.
Thank you. Well, good morning. I haven't had the opportunity to meet all of you individually yet, but it is a pleasure to be here this morning. I'm Sean Franklin. I've been the lead pastor at Trinity Bible Church since July 2017. And I've been asked to give kind of a brief history of the church and the project, and then also our social benefit that we offer to the town. Trinity Bible Church has been a part of the cultural fabric of the town of Canmore since 1988. In the early 90s, we moved into Elizabeth Rummel School and gathered in the gym there for some time, until 2005, where we started to rent our current space at 1717 Bow Valley Trail. The space, as mentioned, was formerly a house, then expanded into a small B&B, and eventually the Canmore RCMP station. And in 2017, we were able to purchase that site outright ourselves. We knew it then, and we continue to be in an aging facility that isn't primarily designed for a faith community, and it needs some significant rehabilitation work, and that keeps coming up in the future as well. It's a testament to the people of our church, just how well we've made this space work for us over the last number of years. The house section now has offices and a library and boardroom and a children's space. The RCMP garage houses 2 more children's spaces. And yes, the holding cell is still there, holding one of our furnaces. You're welcome to come by and check it out anytime. For some time, we've been running up against space constraints on that site, and so we've been running 2 or even 3 services on a weekend in order to accommodate not just our congregation, but also visitors to the valley and guests as well. And for some time, we even ran a Saturday evening service to to accommodate those who worked in the hospitality industry or had shifts Sunday mornings. Currently, we average nearly 100 adults and between 20 and 40 children on any given weekend. Typically, between 10 and 15% of our in-person attendance on a weekend are visitors to the Valley that want to have a church service as a part of their vacation, or even, as I learned last weekend, part of their honeymoon. We also have another 8 to 10 families join us online for our live stream each Sunday morning. Fire code for our space is 100, and so hence the need for multiple services. Now, statistically, attendance records for churches and other things as well, if you call yourself a regular church attendee, you show up on site 2 to 3 weekends a month. So that means we're never all in the same room on a weekend at the same time. So sort of extrapolating those statistics, that means conservatively about 200 to maybe a little bit more ambitiously, 300 people would call Trinity Bible Church their home church, their home away from home church as they maybe winter here or summer here, or also their kind of temporary church as they come and work for seasonal work. And we've just sent a young adult back to the Netherlands after working the ski season here. Back in 2018, we began to consider what our needs for a new, updated, built-to-suit facility might look like. And a couple of guiding questions and principles have driven the process the whole way. First, architecturally, can we create a space that fits within the aesthetic trends of the town of Canmore? You saw on a slide our current building. It's dated, to be kind. Although I will say our flowers out front are some of the best in the valley, so I encourage you to drive by several times this spring. The second big question for us was, what kinds of spaces are in high need in the town but short supply? And is there a way that we can have some of those extra spaces available? And most importantly, how can we as an organization best use our facility to serve the needs of the town of Canmore as well as our own needs? And I can't stress enough that we never desire to expand our facility simply to be just a building for us. Community benefit was always on the table and will always continue to be on the table. We have always planned to have a modest-sized, multifunction facility that fits within the town aesthetic and can meet the need not only of our congregation, but serve the needs of the town as a whole. And so, humbly, I'll say I was quite disappointed on Friday when I read the town agenda, and there seemed to be a likening between our project and the Catholic Church development at number 2 Silvertip Way. The size and scope of these two projects vary tremendously, as our drawings demonstrate. And so about 5 years ago, we actually started this process and did an in-depth study and originally planned to renovate and expand on our current site. We had some preliminary plans drawn to present to our people and launch a fundraising campaign just in time for COVID to hit. Soon after that, we were approached by a developer with an offer for our property, and we decided at that point that we would do an extensive property search around town to see if there is actually another place that we could go that makes sense for what we need, makes financial sense, just fits. And so over the next 9 months, our team spent hundreds of hours all over town seriously investigating at least 15 other properties in town. And in every case, we were met with one of two responses: an unwilling seller or an asking price well beyond our financial capacity. We also sent out many letters to other landowners in town just as feelers to see would there be an opportunity to work together. And finally, we received an incredibly positive response from the Huangs, the owners of 105 Harvey Heights Road, who were very excited as they began to age that maybe their property could go to a church, and that would kind of be part of their legacy. There's many positive aspects to this property for us. Some Michelle has already described. It is 2 acres of already disturbed land, plenty of room for our modest facility with adequate parking. Very accessible from Highway 1. Access has always been a good question for us, a key factor for us being on Bow Valley Trail. But other than maybe if you're living in Peaks or downtown Canmore, this new site is easier to get to right off the highway than where we currently are, which results in less driving and, frankly, fewer vehicles downtown and on Bow Valley Trail. There's an existing bike path that runs down Palliser Trail right to the front of the property. Just this past Sunday, I had a comment out front of our building that said, Shauna, if we go somewhere else, we need more bike racks because we're already short now that the sun is out. And ultimately, we have found that this is the only suitable piece of land for us in Canmore. So how do we benefit Canmore and ultimately the Bow Valley? We keep looking at the resources available and what other organizations are doing in town and want to be a part of that. And we feel, and I believe that we can continue to be an integral part of community and family support in Canmore and also the Bow Valley. Some ways that we have been currently doing this and continue to do this, and virtually everything that we do is open to the public and publicly advertised. Just throw that out there. We've hosted many different seminars, from a grief share, how do we deal with grief in our lives, to surviving the holidays. We've run marriage conferences or workshops and plan to do that again. In just a few weeks, we're hosting a parenting seminar because parenting is so easy. For 20 years, we have hosted the Community Ladies Christmas Gathering. We've taken on the Community Christmas Eve service that was up at Silvertip. We have had in the past and anticipate in the future having a Friday morning moms and tots or moms and babies time where we can just get people together. Again, this summer, we're hosting a summer kids camp, summer sports day camp over at Millennium Park. We have run Skiers Church up at Sunshine Village for a number of years, which allows us to even kind of be a spiritual presence for the staff at Sunshine. We have partnered with and support Food and Friends, both through volunteers and financially. In the past, we did the same for the Crossway Thrift Store. About 10% or so of our annual budget goes towards local and international groups, including Youth Unlimited here in the Bow Valley, serving with our junior high and high schoolers. Teen Challenge, working with men with addictions to help free them from their addictions. We support Steve Sellers with Athletes in Action, who works with elite athletes and is also the chaplain for the Canmore Eagles. We have an additional benevolent fund that every year goes towards local community support. Again, whether that's Food and Friends or having gas cards and food cards on hand when someone knocks on the door needing some help, and to also help us reach out to other financial needs as we become aware of them. We've participated each year in Canmore's Safe Park program. We entered a team in the coldest night of the year back in February, and we were the largest team and the second largest fundraiser, so we have to have some work to do to catch the Rotary Club for next time. We have helped resettle a Ukrainian family of 8 to the Bow Valley in the last year. And we've had discussion with several other community and user groups looking to potentially use our space, such as Athletes in Action, some music lessons or drum classes or a drama group, all the things over the years. And all these things I've just mentioned are over and above our regular church activities, the Sunday services, the Bible studies that either meet at our building or in homes around town, a recovery group, and the spiritual and counseling that I do as the pastor. I believe all of these things do lend themselves to be providing exceptional social benefit to the town and the Bow Valley. A number of the things I mentioned, if we didn't exist, they would not be happening. And so I hope that it is evident that having a multifunction facility built to suit will only increase our ability to scale up some of these things and meet more needs in the community. Our heart as an organization, as a church, is for this community to serve and support personal and family flourishing. And time and again, studies show that regular involvement in a faith community such as the church positively affects things like marriages, families, quality of mental health, and personal growth. And I'll humbly say that I have experienced that to be true in the 6 years that I've been at Trinity Bible Church. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Franklin. And I believe there's one more person to speak. I'm sorry, can you remind me of your name?
Jaleesa.
Jaleesa.
Yes.
Welcome to council.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to share my thoughts about Trinity Bible Church. My name is Jaleesa Deeves, and I'm a born and raised local of the Bow Valley for nearly 30 years, and have had the privilege of raising my twin daughters, Avea and Bentley, in this beautiful town. I grew up attending church with my family and participated in many children's programs, activities, and camps, so I knew that I wanted my girls to have the same opportunities to explore and grow in their faith. A friend of mine had recommended Trinity Bible Church to me back in 2016, raving about how many young families attended and how friendly the people were. I experienced this firsthand when I sat in on my first service Christmas Eve of that year. I remember feeling so welcomed, walking through those doors and being greeted with warm smiles and happy hellos. Several families introduced themselves after the service and reinforced to me all that Trinity had to offer for fellowship and community. After leaving that evening, I knew that we planned to return the following Sunday. My daughters joined the children's program shortly after and were thrilled with the amount of other kids in class and the chance to make new friends. And a group of kind women invited me to be part of a Bible study. Relationships were built quickly, and I felt as though I had found a church that I wanted to call home. My husband, Jeremy, was diagnosed with aggressive stage 3 cancer near the end of 2017, and we were devastated. Upon informing church members, we were immediately flooded with support, everything ranging from meal deliveries, offers to babysit, financial aid, and so many prayers. We were so touched at the amount of love and compassion we were being shown by people who only a few months prior had been strangers to us. My husband would receive encouraging phone calls regularly that I could tell lifted his spirits and kept him fighting. We really felt that we had struck gold in finding our church family. Unfortunately, Jeremy's health declined in the following years, and he ended up in hospice. Pastor Sean's heart for his congregation was evident when he spent time visiting with him in those heartbreaking last days. Jeremy passed away August 20th, 2019. Sean led this celebration of life, and a large number of the church came to show their support. While struggling with the loss of a husband and a father, the church became more valuable than ever to us and gave us a real sense of belonging as we navigated our grief. The outpouring of love has continued through these past almost 4 years, and my appreciation has only grown deeper. We feel incredibly blessed to be a part of this amazing faith community of people striving to follow Jesus, and I'm excited to serve in the children's program, giving back to a community that has proved as a godsend to our family. And Lord willing, I look forward to the many more years to come as a devoted member of Trinity Bible Church. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jaleesa.
Thank you so much, Pastor Sean and Jaleesa, for your comments. So just to conclude our first reading presentation, and I thank you so much for listening intently. Sorry, it's kind of hard to hear Jaleesa's story. The relocation of the Trinity Bible Church to a new home with rural servicing will provide exceptional community benefits. It's going to open up the opportunity for an additional $250,000 roughly in tax revenue from the new development on Bow Valley Trail. And truly, the new development will not create any environmental impact and is compatible with the adjacent land uses. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Now I'll look to council to see if there are any questions. Councillor Graham.
Thank you all for your presentations. I wonder if you could speak to the $250,000 of additional tax revenue for me. Can you help me understand how we will actually collect $250,000 of extra tax revenue?
Okay. This is the current home of Trinity Bible Church in the building that was described. It's the small white bungalow. And in behind there is a series of, I think, tourist accommodation buildings. That site is being sold to that owner through this relocation and the transaction. So what we did was, assuming a certain number of units for tourist homes in the new development and main floor commercial space on Bow Valley Trail, what does that tax assessment look like? So we have a couple of letters from 2 local realtors that gave us a range. One was $260, one was maybe $240 something per year. Currently, the church is obviously a nonprofit organization, so they don't pay any taxes on this location. And so that's where the number came from. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll have some questions for administration on that one a little bit later.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. Thank you, Ms. Ouellette, for your presentation, and to Pastor Franklin and Jolisa as well. My question is around how do we define rural versus urban? Like, what makes what's proposed for the DC district a rural church versus if they redeveloped here and put a church there on Bow Valley Trail, that would strike me to be urban, but it's the same church.
So urban versus rural is the context. I don't want to tell you how long I've been a city planner, town planner, but an urban development is something that has full servicing, full asphalt, full multi-use trails, water, sanitary, and it's all connected into the one system, which is managed by the town. If you looked at the definition in the dictionary, which I have, but I didn't really bring it up for this question, it's in a urban, like, built-up area. So there's bus services, there's multiple buildings all on the grid. You know, you can walk to shops, take the bike all over, and has all of the platinum package, as I call it, in terms of servicing. An urban development is something that is separated from that.
You mean rural?
Sorry, rural.
Yeah.
Whoa, good catch.
I was like, whoa.
That was like really important. So, so rural development is something that is separately serviced on its own, and it is separated from the urban fabric, as I call it. And in this case, there is no urban servicing that goes into that corner of the world in Canmore. And that's why I think the growth boundary was adjusted at the time in 2016 with the new MDP, because really, from a cost perspective, even in the policies in the MDP, the relocation of that urban growth boundary requires that there could be an economical way to service the land. And this is quite separated from the existing connections and so on, and that's why I wouldn't propose to change the urban growth boundary in this context.
So it has less to do with or a little bit to do with the use and the structure being proposed, but more the context within which it exists and its relationship with urban versus rural servicing.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, I think I got that. And then how prohibitive would it be to do an urban growth boundary change for the church?
Well, for the church itself, it's not really a viable option as a standalone nonprofit. Mm-hmm. There would have to be partnering, and both sites would be looked at. It would be a much larger proposal if we had to extend sanitary and other services there. Then you look at, maybe we could do a 4-story tourist home to recoup the cost. Like, it just becomes a totally different project. It would no longer be viable even as a single detached residence. The economics don't really work there. And so I feel like there would definitely have to be a partnering. And I think the project would be completely different. And then all of the standard multi-use trails, sanitary connections, improved water connection, looping, like all of these engineering aspects would then inform that budget. And it's just not attainable for a religious assembly or, a church in this case.
Thank you.
Thank you. And before we continue with this item, just a note to administration that my intent is, if possible, to get to the conclusion of this particular agenda item. Then we'll be taking a lunch break. So anything after this will be proceeding in the afternoon. Thank you. Any other questions of the applicant? Councillor Hillstead.
One of the community support programs that's listed as a potential future offering is affordable childcare. So I was just wondering if someone could speak to that.
Oh, there you go. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. It just struck me as something that I wasn't used to. Yeah. Councillor Hillstead, at this time, there is no formal child minding being proposed. The definition, it would be something that in the interim, some child minding or mom and tot groups, but in terms of formal child care center, that's not being proposed today. In our list of benefits at one time, we had daycare, but maybe that's not the right word. There's no proposal for a commercial, large-scale kind of daycare on this site at this time.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Seeing none, I'll call on Mr. Gravel for the administrative presentation.
All right, hello again. Okay, so...
And welcome again.
Thank you. So we just heard from the applicant about the merits of their project. Apologies in advance for any redundancies in my presentation. I'll try to skip ahead with anything that's already been established in the interest of time. This bylaw proposes to redesignate a portion of 105 Harvey Heights Road, currently designated as Conservation of Wildlands District, to a direct control district. The purpose of the redesignation is to allow for the Trinity Bible Church to develop a church on the site. Administration is of the opinion that the growth boundary in the MDP must be amended to facilitate this. So my presentation will really have two parts to it. The first part will deal with the issue of the growth boundary, and the second part will deal with an evaluation of the proposed DC district. We've already discussed the location, so I think I'll fast forward on that right to the growth boundary. So as it's been mentioned, the subject site is located outside of the MDP's growth boundary. For those unfamiliar, the growth boundary is a land use tool that's used to delineate areas of Canmore that are suitable and ready for development. It ensures that development happens in an orderly fashion to avoid leapfrogging or areas of undevelopment and then development, undevelopment. So. And so the site is outside of that boundary. Now the MDP does allow for some exceptions, and the applicant did go through this a bit, but I'll just touch on it to make sure we filled in any of the gaps. So that is, these are outlined in section 2.1.4 and section 4.1.4 of the MDP. So I've got 2.1.4 up there, but I'll read it aloud just to be thorough and lengthen this presentation here. Development that is considered to be urban in nature will not be allowed outside of the growth boundary. Development proposals outside of the growth boundary that may be considered are those that conform to the conservation land use policies in section 4.1. So from administration's perspective, urban development refers to development that's characteristic of the city or a town. Unlike agriculture or outdoor pursuit uses, urban development can be easily accommodated within the growth boundary in an urban setting. There's no real conflict there or special needs. So in administration's opinion, a cultural establishment is considered urban. Obviously the applicant has expressed their opinion that they believe it can be both urban or rural. Looking at section 4.1.4, so basically the MDP is saying, like, there's rural and there's urban. So rural, we would entertain the opportunity to put some things out there, agriculture, recreational uses, given the nature of the use. The second piece to this is that under section 2.1.4 or section 2.1, there are some more stipulations about what those rural uses should conform to, and there's also one extra piece about exceptional benefit, where we basically say we'd entertain any type of use essentially where the benefit is exceptional, if there's a really good offering for the community. So section 4.1.4 states that changes in zoning for lands within conservation areas that would allow new or additional development of these lands shall be discouraged unless exceptional community benefit can be demonstrated. Should an application for amendment be considered, an EIS will be required to be prepared and potential impacts of the development are addressed and mitigated. As the applicant stated, they believe their proposal aligns with these requirements, stating that the development will offer exceptional community benefit and that they've also undertaken an environmental impact statement. The benefits that are raised, administration obviously acknowledges that cultural establishments do play a vital role in our community and that they offer many services. The difficulty we have here is the term exceptional. It's a bit subjective, obviously, but given its use in the MDP, we do believe that it really means that it's broad-reaching and that it's quite significant. So the church has outlined a lot of the services and programs that they'll offer, but it's difficult for administration to assess their frequency, how broad-reaching they'll be, and to determine whether or not it meets that threshold. So certainly we agree, those are excellent services that are being provided, but doesn't meet that threshold for exceptional. So given this subjectiveness and what administration believes the church in itself to be urban use, administration believes that a land use amendment cannot proceed without first amending the growth boundary. So this concludes part one of my presentation. Not sure if council wants to stop here and ask questions or just go through it all. It's up to.
Why don't you proceed and then
sure
we'll ask questions.
Okay, looking at part two, this is going to look at the DC district that's being proposed and just give some context and a bit of an evaluation on it. So I did organize my review in the following points, parts, and that's shown up on the screen there. So the purpose and use of that's included the development regulations and more specifically the building and site design requirements, finishing with environmental aspects and servicing. The applicant has established a purpose statement for the proposed DC district to allow only for development of a religious institution and its typical ancillary uses. The exact purpose statement is up on the screen for council. Administration has no objections to the proposed purpose statement as it reflects the intended development and use of the site. The applicant has also reinforced this purpose statement with a limited number of uses that are either typical in the land use bylaw stocked land use districts or directly related to the cultural establishment use. Well, I actually don't know if it was mentioned, so I'll mention it again. There is no area redevelopment or structure plan to help guide the creation of the DC district. So that it's sort of the MDP is all we have to evaluate this. There's no more focused direction for what can go here in general, like we have with the school, with CRPS, for example, that we heard from earlier. There's a bit more parameters in terms of at a high level what goes here and how do we, what are we agreeing on in general. Furthermore, there is limited development in the area to help evaluate the appropriateness of the proposed regulation. Adjacent to the site is a one-story detached dwelling and accessory building, and then you have to go 500 meters across the highway to the Visitor Information Center to find the next nearest building. So there's not a lot out there in terms of development and what that development looks like in terms of site coverage and height and so forth. So, with regards to existing zoning as a means to compare or measure the change, the adjacent site as well as the subject site are both within the CW district. This is a conservation district. The regulations within this district are intended to guide really redevelopment of or expansion of existing uses. So things that were there before they became zone CW, and so the town is required to allow for them to exist or continue to exist. So the uses listed in the CW district are really speak to existing development and not brand new development. So it's not, its use as a comparison is really limited in this change. Okay, moving on to look at some of the actual building and site regulations within the DC district. These are really what can be built, right? These are the maximums. So something less could be constructed on the site, but from an administration's perspective, you have to look at like what could be built, right? So that's what my review looked at in the staff report and what we're talking about here. So the DC district does require adherence to the townwide architectural and urban design standards. So essentially the building in terms of color, materials, massing will look like any other building in that respect to another building in town. And same with site design, pathways, landscaping. Similarly, they would have the same requirements. So the district does require that 25% of the site be landscaped with native vegetation, an amount that's consistent with commercial districts in towns such as Bow Valley Trail. The DC district also proposes a maximum site coverage of 12%, a maximum building height of 13 meters, and a maximum eave-line height of 8 meters. So, at maximum, the footprint of the building would be approximately 1,000 square meters. That's the maximum they could build. Again, if they built something less, that's fine, but that's what they can do based on the regulations that they've proposed. For a massing comparison, this is approximately a third smaller than the Catholic Church located in the Silvertip Trail DC district and approximately 8 times the size of the attached dwelling on the adjacent site. And just for reference, the Silvertip Trail DC district allows for a maximum building height of 14 meters and an eave-line height of 9 meters. Again, just to give a sort of a massing comparison here, because there's not a lot of existing development in the area. Furthermore, outside of town, the MD of Bighorn allows along Harvey Heights Road a maximum roof height of 12 meters with an opportunity for a bit extra where architectural merit is provided, and a maximum eave-line height of 8 meters. So in short, the DC district allows for more height than what's permitted in the CW district, comparable height to that permitted by the MD of Bighorn down the road from the site, but not as much height as the Silvertip Trail DC district. Administration does not object to the proposed site coverage and height regulations, but certainly acknowledges that there's a bit of subjectivity to this. So as was mentioned, the site is located adjacent to the Harvey Heights Regional Habitat Patch. Therefore, the applicant was required to complete an environmental impact statement. The EIS was reviewed by the town's consultant, MSES, and they concluded that overall the project will likely have minimal impacts to the site itself, given the development would occur already on a disturbed property. It's already cleared. Really, the primary concern here was that the site would become a source of entry into the habitat patch with bigger development and more people coming. We just didn't want to, we wanted to make sure that there weren't a lot of existing trails there that people would suddenly utilize and so forth. So the applicant has, as part of the EIS, looked into mitigations, and those have been included in the DC district. So for example, the requirement for wildlife fencing, signage to inform people not to go into the corridor, the requirement for native landscaping to prevent any on-site animal attractants. The rear setback complies with the recommendation from BC Ag for 40 meters from the habitat patch, so they've included that. Moving on to site servicing. The applicant, as mentioned, is proposing to connect to municipal water, but not to the municipal wastewater system. The MDP does require new development to connect to municipal wastewater systems. It's a septic can be a bit of an issue in terms of odor, or it can leak, and there are some other challenges with it. If you have a system in place to deal with wastewater, then we want people to connect to these. Now that's, of course, if people live right by the connection. There are some cases where the connection is quite far away, which is the case here. It's the nearest connection is 240 meters across the highway, so they'd have to go under the highway to connect, or they'd have to go 2 kilometers down the road along Palliser Trail to connect. So they are seeking an exemption under the sewage use bylaw as a result of that. Administration does not have an issue with the request from a technical perspective. They can put septic there to accommodate the church. They would need to meet provincial guidelines. Septic systems are regulated by the province, so it's not really something that administration would regulate. Looking at stakeholder engagement, the applicant held a virtual open house. Administration completed a circulation to landowners within 60 meters of the site and allowed for a month to comment. One letter was received. Concerns outlined include improvements required to the access road that's there. This is a public road, and the need for enhancements, though that would be assessed at the DP stage, whether or not the landowner as part of development would need to do any upgrades. On-site parking needs to be paved. Generally, hard surfing is required as part of new development to delineate parking stalls, to know where the aisle is, where the handicap parking would be, where, basically organization of your parking lot so it functions correctly. But again, that's something we would look at the DP stage. It's not really an item as part of the land use. Clarity around the size and location of the rectory. So there is a special use rectory that's been created. It was already mentioned by the applicant. It's really just an opportunity for one member of the church to live within the church. With the first iteration of the DC district, there wasn't a lot of regulations surrounding what that looks like. Now there's a requirement for it to be within the church itself. So there were some concerns that it might be a separate building near the edge of the property and so forth. But the applicant has since responded with more restrictions on that piece. And finally, that the septic system may leak or flow onto the adjacent property. As I mentioned, septic systems are regulated by the provincial government, so they would oversee that piece. With regards to administration's recommendation, we recommend that council postpone first reading of bylaw 2214 until such time as an application for an amending bylaw for the growth boundary in the MDP is brought forward to council no later than December 31st, 2023. This concludes my presentation. I'm sure there's lots of questions. So
Thank you, Mr. Gravel. So just to clarify around the process, seems that the recommendation of administration hinges upon whether the development is first urban or not urban, and secondly, whether an exceptional community benefit is being proposed, correct?
I would say that, as you stated, the first question is whether council would consider an urban or rural use, and then Section 4.1 would apply, although it seems like it could even negate that requirement, the way it's written and talking about exceptional community benefit for new development. It's not, I think I would look at it as like, generally speaking, rural should be over here and urban should be in the town center, right? And those rural uses would be things that you would generally find outside because of their special needs. Agriculture, ropes course, things like that. They have different needs. They're not going to be able to locate themselves right in the downtown of Canmore. So that's the first piece. And then the second piece is, and those uses would still need to conform to the conservation policies that are in the MDP. You'd want to have an environmental impact assessment done to make sure there's no impacts from a wildlife perspective. And so they would still need to meet those needs. But if it's not a rural use, if there is exceptional community benefit on the table, then council could choose to not require the growth boundary to move under section 4.1.4.
Great. So that's up to council to deliberate upon.
Correct.
And whether or not we go with the recommended motion or proceed with first reading, that's also within council's realm of decision. Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Faubert, you have a question.
Thank you, Mayor Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Gravel, once again. In the MDP, when it comes to moving the growth boundary, it talks about how there should be, the proposed development can be connected to municipal infrastructure in a fiscally and environmentally responsible manner. If the applicant were to, or if council's decision were to be that the applicant should make an urban growth boundary change, could they make that change and still remain on septic, or would they have to do the wastewater servicing as per the definition of moving the boundary? Like, would it be possible to consider moving the boundary but also continuing a septic servicing?
So essentially, if they just move the growth boundary, could this all kind of be approved and go forward? So it's a great question. The applicant hasn't engaged with administration on the potential of moving the growth boundary. They've been very much focused on meeting the requirements of this section, feeling that opening up the discussion on the growth boundary was not something that they really wanted to, a route they wanted to go down. So we haven't assessed that. We haven't looked at the criteria to sort of give any early indication of whether or not it's appropriate.
I guess maybe conceptually, the conceptual question I'm hearing from Councillor Faubert is, can a property within the growth boundary receive an exception to remain on septic, theoretically?
Yes, because they are on septic. They're currently on septic.
Yep. Okay.
So,
okay. Thank you.
But they would still be outside of the growth boundary.
Okay.
Is the
Ms. Smithers, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, just to clarify, thank you for that. The sewerage bylaw doesn't actually reference the urban growth boundary as a criteria or consideration for the exception. It simply acknowledges that the chief administrative officer can give an exception to the need to connect to the sewerage system.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Faubert, did you have any other questions?
I have more questions, but I will wait for other people to have questions too.
Okay. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is somewhat similar. So my understanding has always been that if we move the urban growth boundary, then we must provide services across the highway or to where that urban growth boundary is moved to. So who would then, if the urban growth boundary were to be moved to accommodate this development, who would be responsible for paying for the hookup to the water? I understand that they're looking for an exemption to the sewer, but for the water line itself, which is across the highway, who would be responsible for paying for hooking up to that?
So my understanding is it would be the developer who'd be responsible for bringing the line to their site. I think the concern is that, you know, if you're allowing for density or development in an area and there's not a lot of development there, it's sort of leapfrogging, then you've got public infrastructure that's not seeing a lot of use but is aging at the same time. So although the municipality isn't responsible for constructing it, they are responsible for maintaining it. And there's a cost associated with that and a lifespan.
Yeah. It's this parcel, these two parcels of land have been outside of the urban growth boundary for as long as I've been on council and probably 10 to 12 years before that. So this is definitely a parcel or pair of parcels that keeps popping up on the agenda, generally right after an election, but in this case, 2 years after. So the servicing and the quandary of servicing these sites has always been something that has jumped up for council many times over the years. Thank you.
Any other member of council? Councillor Hillstad.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Back to Councillor McCallum's question there. Now, it was my understanding that the sewer line's on the other side of the highway, but the water line currently runs to the MD because we service Harvey Heights. So they already have that close tie-in there. It's just the sewer that is way the heck away. Okay, so then just to clarify, because again, with that, it would be, if they get the exemption.
So let's see why they want the exemption.
Yeah, because then we wouldn't have to move that infrastructure over there, because there already is water, it's just the sewer that's the issue. So I just wanted clarification on that. And then within the report, it was also stated that 12% of the site is the maximum coverage. What do we have from the current conceptual plan? Do we have a rough guess at, are they going right to that 12%, or are they under the 12%? Just curious, with the current design, what site coverage are they currently at? Because again, I see the maximum, so clearly they're under that maximum. I'm just curious by how much.
In terms of the concept and what's proposed, I would defer that to the applicant to confirm what their current size is shown. 1,000, approximately 1,000 square meters is what they can construct. So I'm not sure if council wants that clarification.
Ms. Willett, did you want to speak to the current design, recognizing it could change? How does it compare to the maximums that are in the bylaw?
It's close. I just need a calculator. The site is 0.8 hectares, and the buildings are 0.03 or less. Square meters, 650 square meters of the building.
Okay.
And so it's about 12%. And then the overall development itself is around 40% with the parking area of the site. So the buildings themselves are about 12% of the whole 0.8 hectares.
And
So
how,
it's right up to that maximum.
yeah, and how about the massing as far as the heights that are set there? Is it currently anticipated to go to the 13 and 8, or?
Well, the 13 meters gives some flexibility
Yeah.
for a projection or something. However, the current design isn't quite that high, but because it wasn't an investment made yet to get to detailed design,
Right.
we just wanted to have something that gives a little flexibility, and the roof line at 8 meters is very comparable to existing two-story buildings. So we're sort of establishing, I think, a rough molding clay volume without getting into the detailed design.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Faubert, you have a question?
Thank you,
Oh, I'm
yes.
sorry, Councillor Hofstad, you're good.
And my question's for Mr. Gravel. So thank you, Ms. Ouellette. At the beginning of your presentation, part 1, you had a slide that kind of talked about what we would move the urban growth boundary for. And my question is, how do we define growth in the context of moving this map boundary? Because in this specific site, it's literally like one lot. And does this equal future growth? Or does a one-off because there's nothing else around there that can grow, right? It's just these 2 lots. And while we're dealing with just this one specific one, I think there's some complexity in that if we move the boundary, it would encompass potentially the other lot. But putting that aside, if we move this boundary for growth, would this application qualify as the definition of growth? You know what I mean?
Well, I think the determination of what's within and without is a bit subjective, what's ready and what isn't ready. It's a good point that there isn't a lot of land nearby that's ready for development or even able to develop in the future along Palliser Trail, for example. So then I think it becomes more of a viewpoint of whether or not you want to see development here at all, redevelopment here beyond what's currently there, right? So you continue to allow for existing development to redevelop. So, the existing single detached dwellings could in perpetuity continue to exist and rebuild. You're allowing for that opportunity, but you're not opening the door for anything else.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Regal, for your comments. I wonder if you could give me a little history on that property of land. And I thought I heard some comments around the urban growth boundary used to go around these properties. No, yes, no?
My understanding is
It has never existed within it.
It wasn't something
Pullback.
that was in the previous MDP, is my understanding.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so there's a recommended motion by administration to postpone. I'm interested in potentially putting forward an alternate motion to go to first reading and have a public hearing set. In order to determine which motion I'm going to put forward, I'm going to speak to why I'd like to see the alternate motion, and I'd be interested in hearing from council your perspectives so that I can then navigate us appropriately. I believe that this is not the situation where we should be having a discussion around moving the growth boundary. I see this as a gentle repurposing of a what is a rural site. There's going to be relatively low usage, certain busier times of the week than not. It's, you know, a church is something that definitely can be rural. My great-grandfather donated a corner of his quarter section for a church out in the community by Spring Lake, and by community I mean middle of nowhere. And this is something that's been done a long time. The request, the amount of servicing that is expected, and you know, it is really comparable to what's already there. The septic system, not a big asphalt and urban finish type presence. So I think that this is rural in nature. I also think that there's exceptional community benefit on several fronts, as was outlined. You know, the types of services that are being provided to the community are important elements of a community. There's also the redevelopment of their current site is going to be more aligned with the character that is seen, that is contemplated by the Bow Valley Trail ARP, and more tourism focused in nature, and it therefore will not have the exemption that a church has with regards to taxes, and it will generate funds for the community and be a more suitable or more consistent development within the Bow Valley Trail. You know, exceptional does not necessarily, in my mind, mean it has to be a benefit to absolutely everyone in the community. We develop a lot of facilities in the community that benefit some, but not all. And it also can mean that, you know, not typical or unusual. We know that not-for-profits are having a difficult time finding space within town. This organization is not the only one. And they've done a search, and a quite extensive search, and they haven't been able to find another appropriate piece of land. So it's exceptional in that way. So I believe that we definitely have, as was confirmed by Mr. Gravel, the ability to determine that, in fact, this is not an issue that the growth boundary applies to, moving the growth boundary applies, and that we could proceed with evaluating this, this bylaw application by going through first readings, putting down a public hearing. And at that point, if council's has a different mind or develops, it can always be postponed at a later date. But I want to hear from the public on this, and I don't believe that putting this in abeyance, waiting for an application to come forward, that may or may not be something that the applicant can do, and may or may not be actually something that we need to do, I don't think that that serves the applicant, and it certainly, I feel, doesn't serve the community. So that's where I'm coming from when I'm suggesting that this go to first reading and be put down for a public hearing. I'd be interested to hear what others think. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I have an open mind on this, and I do agree that it would be really beneficial to hear from the community in terms of a public hearing. Did you consider not doing first reading and just going straight to public hearing, which I do believe is something we're allowed to do?
Yeah, I'm pretty old school on that. I like our first reading to be something that actually then it becomes the possession of council. And so while it's theoretically possible, that's not the way I'd like to proceed.
Do we run into any issues if we, after a public hearing, postpone indefinitely in order for another application to come forward? Is that
I believe that we have the ability to postpone at that time,
Yeah.
especially if the determination is that another process has to be happened concurrently.
Okay. I, at this point, am supportive of your potential motion. I do have pause in terms of going through the first, some apprehension, I would describe it as, in the sense that I'm not sure I'm there in terms of full support, but in terms of a process to get us to a public hearing, I am. So,
thank you. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would support your motion, go to first reading. I think the public hearing would be helpful. I feel these things, we're talking about continuums. Like, you have urban, you have rural. Is it a 43% urban, 57% rural? And that's the sort of stuff where I think hearing from the public would be helpful. Same thing with the exceptional piece. I guess this is why they write these things, so they're quite interpretive. I've heard of exceptional benefit right now. I've also heard that, you know, if the applicant can crystallize a new site, it will allow them to unlock further benefit to not only for their group, but perhaps the community as well. So I think that's some interesting conversation to be had there. So in light of the urban-rural piece, like currently in my mind, it feels rural, but I'd also like to hear more from the community as well for context. Thank you.
Councillor McCallum.
So question before I speak. So if we were to change the urban growth boundary or to propose changing the urban growth boundary, that too would come with a public hearing, correct?
If there's an application that came forward, it would have a public hearing
Right,
as
so
well.
either way, we're looking at a public hearing. So this would be a public hearing specific to the land use change. There would be no discussion about the change of the urban growth boundary. There would be, it would actually be outside the lines of the public hearing to bring up.
It's a live issue. It's a live issue, and the administrative report makes it an issue. It's a live issue if people say, hey, we shouldn't be considering this unless there's a movement of the growth boundary. That's, I believe, a live issue. Of course, while there's a public hearing with a movement of a growth boundary, A, I don't think that that's required, and B, it wouldn't be until there's an application, if there is ever an application. I'd like to give this application its due. We have another agenda item dealt with today, and administration is not supportive of that one for different reasons, but is suggesting a first reading go forward in order to have a public hearing. I think there's an argument that could be made that that same principle should be applied here.
Okay, so I'm old school as well, and I'm pretty process oriented. So, you know, the urban growth boundary is something that has always been something that has been interpreted to me from the very beginning of my political career as something that we do not redraw or we do not build outside of without a lot of public input or with without having the considerations as lined out in the MDP. Therefore, I don't think I could support your motion. I would actually, the questions around exceptional, the questions around urban versus rural, I believe that the benefits that are being provided by the Trinity Bible Church and potentially provided by the Trinity Bible Church if they expand are what society expects out of an organization that's paying no tax. It's a nonprofit, and it has a mission and vision, and it's generally to help the public. So I don't find that, as much as I'm sure there's many people that are grateful for the services that are provided through the Trinity Bible Church, in my mind, that's what's expected. That's what churches should provide. So anyways, I think I'm going to be the only one on the diving board, which I'm used to being. But I too am old school, and I would prefer to see an MDP amendment come forward for the urban growth boundary change. And those public hearings could be concurrent. If
Well,
we want to talk
I'm aware
about-
of that, but
Yeah, I'm just,
we won't get to it
Yeah.
if it's held in abeyance, and I think we need to get to it. So
right.
thank you for your...
That's my feelings. Thank you.
Councillor Mara?
Thank you. I'm inclined to support your motion. I'm just going to echo what Councillor Ma said. He sort of covered the concerns that I have with it, and I think I would really like to hear from the public on this too. So, and I support what you have said in your support for your motion.
Great, thank you. Councillor Hillstad?
I'm willing to support the motion. I agree with everything that's been said, including Councillor McCallum, on the urban growth boundary. I do also agree, though, that it's been talked about within this. I think that can be included within this if we get a bunch of people that come to the public hearing and they're like, you shouldn't do this because you need to move the urban growth boundary first, then it's pretty clear. And at that point, we can then look at doing postponement and then letting an application come through for the urban growth boundary. There's a lot to be flushed out here, so I would like to see first reading and then get to the public hearing to let the public have their say. So,
Thank you. Councillor Graham?
Sorry. My chest really doesn't want me to speak today. As far as the urban growth boundary is concerned, that's a really hard one for me to get behind. We've got a fair bit of land still that we need to build out. If we want to look at this project, I think this is the path to go down to have a look at it. For that reason alone, I will support your motion, or your proposed motion at this point in time.
Okay, well, thank you everyone for that feedback. Given that, I don't know if it's available.
Alone, I
Yes,
will
it is.
support your motion, or your proposed motion at this
Given
point.
that,
Okay,
I
well,
will thank you
move that
everyone for
council
that
give first reading to
feedback.
bylaw
Given that,
2022-14, schedule a public hearing for June 6th, 2023. Your motion, or your proposed motion.
And given that, I will thank you everyone for that comment, feedback. Given that,
2022-14, schedule a public hearing for June 6th, 2023. Your motion, or your proposed motion.
given that, I will thank you everyone for that comment,
Now, it's not
feedback.
necessarily
Given that,
unusual for me to hear voices in my schedule. Does
everybody else hear
this?
Given that, I will thank you everyone for that comment,
Now, it's not
feedback.
necessarily
Given that,
unusual for me to hear
14.
voices in my schedule. Does everybody else hear this?
Given that, I will thank you everyone for that.
Now, it's not necessarily unusual for me to hear voices.
All right, so the only,
Does everybody else hear
is that I would put on is that the date. Given that, I will thank you everyone for that.
Now, it's not necessarily unusual for me to hear voices.
All right, so the only,
Does everybody else hear
is that I would put on is that the date. Given that, I will thank you everyone for that.
Now, the motion is formally on the table. Is there anything that?
All right, so the only,
Does everybody else hear
is is that I would put on is that the date count.
Your motion, and as I said before, I don't think I'll be able to
Now that the motion is formally on the table,
I
is
do
there
want to hear from the
anything
public. Everybody knows I love a good public
there
hearing.
is that I would put on
However,
is that
I
the
do
date
believe from a
count.
process perspective, and I recommend, as I said before, I don't think I'll align myself with the discussions or I do want to hear from the public, have an application for an however, I do believe from a process perspective, and I recommend, as I said before, I don't think I'll align myself with the discussions or I do want to hear from the public, have an application for an however, I do believe from a process perspective, and I recommend, as I said before, I don't think I'll align myself with the discussions or I do want to hear from the public, have an application for an however, I do believe from a process perspective, and I recommend, as I said before, I don't think I'll align myself with the
It's now
discussions or
12:56. We're going to take the full hour. We will return at 2 o'clock. Okay, we are back, everyone. Hope everybody had a good lunch. And now we are moving on to item G3, Land Use Bylaw Amendment 231 and 233, Three Sisters Drive. And Ms. Miller, welcome back. It's been so long.
It's been so long since we've seen each other. So the planning marathon continues. We have another application before you this afternoon that raises questions about growth, how we accommodate it within the town, and in this case, we're broaching the question of how infill and densification occurs within the town. So different than our previous application. This application is asking to rezone 2 parcels from R2 to R2A in order to accommodate townhouse development. Now, again, you'll note, which is fairly uncharacteristic for the administration to have 2 applications come forward where there's questionable support. Okay. Administration is not in support of this application, which the file manager, Annika Drost, will elaborate on the rationale and reasoning for momentarily. It is worth noting that the areas where we have seen or are anticipating infill development within town, so for example TP Town, as well as CRPS, which you're all very familiar with, have recently adopted area redevelopment plans in place to provide the necessary overall guidance and direction for development within these areas. The subject site that we'll be considering this afternoon is not subject to any ARP. So there's not the clear direction about how this area will intensify, not just for these parcels, but for the entire streetscape. Now, this is Ms. Drost's first presentation at council. She's coming up on her 1-year anniversary with the town, but this is her first time in front of you. So I would ask you to go kindly on her, but she's tough, she's got this. So I'll allow her to introduce herself, but before Annika presents, I will ask Ms. Willette to return to the microphone as she is the representative for the applicant for this application.
Great, thank you very much, and I hope that we actually go kindly with everyone. Okay, so before moving further into the applications, I think Councillor Ma and Councillor McCallum just wanted to make a statement.
Thank you, Your Worship. So before we start hearing more about the application, I think I should disclose that I too live on Three Sisters Drive. And town solicitor says it's not a pecuniary interest that requires a council to recuse themselves under the MGA. And so I participate in today's matter before council openly. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ma and Councillor McCallum.
Ditto.
Okay, there you go. And I should note for those who are watching, there's no requirement that councillors state those things, but I really appreciate that you've turned your mind to the issue and made the query, and then stated that so that there's no doubt. So thank you. So, Ms. Willette, and welcome back to you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Krausert and councillors this afternoon. Hope everyone had a good lunch break. So as Ms. Miller introduced, we're here to talk to you about rezoning application, land use amendment application to go from R2 to R2A for the properties on Three Sisters Drive, 231 and 233. Now, Tara McConnery is the applicant and had gone through this process on her own until such time as felt it was necessary to have me join her. And so Tara would like to come and introduce the project, the background, and then I'll resume from there.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Ms. McConnery, welcome to council.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
You bet.
Okay. Hello, Mayor Krausert and Town Council members. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Tara McConnery, and I consider myself very lucky because I grew up in the beautiful town of Canmore. My parents moved to Canmore in their 20s when it was seen more as the unknown town outside of Banff. The town has changed a lot since then, and no surprise there, it doesn't take a genius to realize what a special place this is and what a caring community we have. Unfortunately, it has become challenging for many of our friends to enjoy the community here with the cost of living. I know I'm preaching to the choir here. We've had to say goodbye to those who could no longer afford to stay. So about 5 years ago, my 3 brothers and I started brainstorming ways in which we could afford to stay here. Currently, we're living at our parents' house, which is not the best long term. So I work for a not-for-profit in town, but between my 3 brothers, we have an architectural technologist, an electrician, and a framer in the family. So we decided to pool our money and purchase lot 231 Three Sisters Drive. The goal was to patch up the house and rent it out until we could save up enough money and get some investors to flip the house into a duplex, sell it, and then hopefully use that money to buy townhomes or apartments of our own in Canmore. So we're really excited. We got to work on the drawings for the duplex, and we quickly realized that if we maximize the square footage, we'd be building a duplex that was over 2,500 square feet per side. And to us, that just felt like a lot of space. What kind of people buy something like that? Is this something that will benefit the community? We really wanted to build something that working locals can live in, something that we feel adds to the community instead of contributing to the lack of mid-range housing. So this leads us to today, where my 3 brothers, my business partner Rob Finley, and myself would like to ask that our lots and the lot of our neighbors, 233 Three Sisters Drive, be rezoned from R2 to R2A to allow for stacked townhomes. We would like to rezone in order to build more units on the property. More units on the property means that the cost is spread out and decreases, and it also means more housing in a location close to downtown and a Rome bus stop. We want to have a couple perpetually affordable homes, and we did have a positive meeting with CCH last week to see what they're looking for, and we are hopeful to work with them in the development stage. We know that these are just a couple of lots in a growing town, but we do want to think outside of the box in ways that maximize the benefit to the community and the goals of the municipal development plan. So with that, I will pass it back to Michelle to go over the more technical aspects. Thanks.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. So as Tara mentioned, the proposal is to amend the land use bylaw to R2A to allow for stacked townhomes. The resulting number of units would be a maximum of 6 per site, and we'd like to use the available tools in the land use bylaw which allow for density bonusing in order to support the provision of perpetually affordable housing. At the development permit stage, we could exercise Section 12 of the land use bylaw that allows for that bonusing being for every vital or perpetually affordable house provided, there's 3 market units as a bonus. And as Tara said, she has been in contact with Canmore Community Housing, and during the development permit stage, I think there's some criteria and some arrangements that they would work with Canmore Housing Corporation to achieve and ensure that those units are in the pool for this development. Sorry. And just to talk a little bit about the policy alignment in the municipal development plan, the integrated transportation plan, and the council strategic plan, we feel the application supports these policies by utilizing existing land for redevelopment, providing for that much-needed housing diversity in the community, providing both affordable market and non-market housing. And as an infill project, this development supports policy that relates to utilizing the existing services and amenities in the town. So we're not spreading out and more expense. We're keeping things compact to use the infrastructure and services that we have. The town's applicable policies also include items related to economic development and the climate action plan, which work together to support this. And these policies and these documents have identified the shortage of available market and affordable housing as a main driver to that cost of living, which I think we've heard a little bit about today in quite a lot of detail. And so development policies in the MDP also encourage removing barriers and finding innovative solutions to access a range of safe and secure housing. So I really think that this proposal that Tara came up with her siblings does align with all of those goals. By having an increase in density for the site, it allows for more people to live close to the services, amenities, and it supports that integrated transportation plan where we have compact development, creating a sense of community, near amenities, bus stops, trails, and all of those kinds of components in the community. The proposal also supports the council's strategic plan by contributing to those livability goals that council set by promoting inclusive neighborhoods and having a commitment to providing underserved housing options, increasing affordable and convenient options where people can get around without an automobile. And so, as we said, the two lots that would like to participate in the land use amendment are 231 and 233 Three Sisters Drive. These both have single detached homes on them. There's an accessory unit, there's an open backyard, there's some parking, mature trees and shrubs on the site. And as it is in a very prominent intersection location in town, I think everybody would recognize this location. So, as I said, within a 10-minute walk, I could live there without a vehicle or with a vehicle, but I could easily get to the bus stop. I could go downtown. I could use the River Valley trails, enjoy all the amenities in the area, and cycle to work and things of that nature. In my opinion, going to the R2A provides an opportunity for some gentle density. We often talk about, those accessory dwelling units, things that add density in the community without creating an incompatible land use. And if I was to look at this area as a node versus as a corridor, I would see that as a cluster east of the two sites. There's land zoned direct control R3, R2A, which accommodate a range of stacked row housing in the vicinity. On the north side and the south side, yes, there are existing semi-detached units developed under the R2 district. However, that's not the only land use that informs me from a compatibility perspective what is in the location. And just to talk a little bit more about the differences between an R2 and an R2A, I have a really wordy slide and I don't expect anyone to really dive in, but the purpose of this is to show that the only difference between R2 and R2A is the introduction of a stacked townhouse or a townhouse. So the envelope for the building has the same height, site coverage, setback, and so no one's overlooking, no one's really losing views out of compatibility between R2 and R2A. They are very much the same envelope and volume of a building, except that the R2A allows for that built form that increases the density just a little bit. So Rob Finley is here to talk potentially if you have any questions around the actual development test fit. And given we aren't in a development permit stage, this is all very conceptual. However, in general, the vision for the two sites is to have up to 12 units. There would be 4 one-bedroom, 4 two-bedroom, and 4 three-bedroom units that could fit. And using those tools, again, that are in the land use bylaw, allowing for that density bonusing, we can provide the 2 vital homes and end up with an additional, I don't have the number here. Anyway, 4 market housing units per site. And in the test fit, we can fit all of the parking on the site in accordance with the bylaw. So there's lots of room because the lots are quite deep to allow for surface parking on the site with one shared access, as you'll see kind of to the right-hand side of that image. It does help to look at this from a cross-section perspective. the site plan, you know, it's kind of trying to show a transparency through 3 levels of a building. But using a stacked approach, there are 6 units on the one half of the 2 sites, so 12 units, stacked one above the other in different sizes and configurations that would fit on the site. So 2 buildings like this would yield 12 units. The owner of the property did a lot of engagement on her own in the community, went door to door, spoke to 40 different neighbors. There were 6 people that indicated they supported the proposal, 2 people were neutral, and 3 people were against. And so some of those key concerns which often come up in a development proposal in town are, you know, is there enough parking? Is there going to be additional noise, traffic noise? What about the 3-way intersection? How does this work? And also maybe a perception that the owner wanted to, you know, profit from the project, and that being the main goal. Overall, the adjacent landowners agreed that the development would bring an opportunity to support housing for younger generations in Canmore. And so we look forward to the public hearing to allow for that more broad community conversation. And in terms of the intersection operations and the site parking, through the development permit, all of those details would be worked out. And at this stage, the town admin didn't ask us for a transportation assessment per se. We could, you know, do some additional analysis for the development permit to ensure, you know, what is there as an intersection will work. And so just to conclude, this proposal for R2A is compatible with the surrounding land use. It supports policies that are in the Canmore MDP and the ITP, Integrated Transportation Plan. And it also advances town goals around social goals, providing housing, diversity of housing, and inclusivity. Environmental goals, because we're reusing land that's already developed. And also, it achieves financial goals by reusing the existing infrastructure. I also wanted to point out that in contemporary planning, we talk about inclusionary zoning. And I feel that the tools in the land use bylaw that we have in place support inclusionary zoning, where a little gentle density goes a long way to increasing the affordability in the range without it being impactful. It's a very gentle way to introduce additional units into the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Willett. Before I look to other members of council to see if they have questions, I just wanted to confirm that it looked to me from just the front outline, it's very possible that it actually looks like a duplex from the street view as far as built form.
None of the renderings have been sort of produced.
Yeah.
Rob, do you have any comments about sort of how this might look as a stacked unit relative to the semi-detached on the street?
And Mr. Finlay, if you could come to the mic so that it's captured on the streaming, that'd be great. Thank you.
The section on the right, on my right, is basically a section of a duplex. Oh, sorry. Section of a duplex that you would see on the street.
Right.
Because everything around us is R2, so it fits into the model of an R2. So the units are going backwards. That's how we achieve 6 units per side.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your presentation. I've lived on this street for 23 years, and I've seen 2 staff houses go down, and it makes me sad. When I showed up, it was all bartenders and carpenters. and old miners. Jeepers. I noticed on this package that you gave us, which was very helpful, thank you, and there isn't a page number. Appendix A, here, we're getting better. Appendix A, conceptual site, understanding it's conceptual. There's a listing here of the 233 and 231 Three Sisters Drive, and then sort of the configurations. Sorry about that. Like I'm responsible. Yes, I know. Awooga. Is this basically like the square footage of the living space? This doesn't include the square footage of the parking stalls, correct? That's right. All right, perfect. Thanks. That's what I wanted to understand. That's all I have right now.
Thank you. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just kind of looking through some of the schematics here. I'm assuming this is relatively representative of what you guys are proposing to do around like this. I see stuff from around the 500-ish square footish mark to the 600 to 700. Is it conceptually?
Up to 1,500.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Just trying to understand that part there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you. So this package that you delivered us is a little bit different than the report that we have in the agenda package. On page 2 of it, it talks about it's feasible to achieve the goal of having up to 6 units for a total of 12 units. And then this includes 8 market units and 2 vital home. So is that just a typo? Because I would assume that would mean 10, and because that's only 10, not 12.
Yeah. I have to, it's sort of hard for me to conceptualize, but 1 vital home and 3 market homes. So Sam had a really good explanation. One gets you 3.
I thought it said 6 per site, 4 market, and 2 vital homes per site.
Yeah.
So that would be 8 and 4? Is that what?
It's 6 and 6.
It's the clause in the bylaw that Michelle noted. Yeah, here it is, 12.2.0.9. You get 3 bonus units if you provide 1 vital home.
Okay.
So if we just look at the 1 building, so there's, because they're both the same, if you provide a vital home, we would actually add 1 additional unit to make 6.
Okay.
Because R2A would allow us 4 with density bonusing.
Right.
That's how the
Oh,
math.
so it's going to be 5 market and 1 PAH per site?
Correct.
That's right.
Okay, so it's 10 and 2 instead of, as it says here, 8 and 2.
Yes, my
Okay.
apologies.
Okay.
That was my question.
Yep, thank you. Any other questions from council? Councillor McCallum?
Thank you. And again, I will reiterate, I understand that this is conceptual, it can change, et cetera. So is the idea that you would drive in and then you would park your car in these spots, and these spots would be covered or uncovered? Thanks, sorry.
Here.
Yep. Sweet.
Okay, so yeah, Center Drive, there's 4 garages, 2 cars each. Those are for the bigger units.
Right.
1,500 square feet units. And then the 10 stalls in the front, or close to Three Sisters Drive,
Yeah.
are partially covered. If you look at the section, look to the section. So where the little guy is there in the 9 feet, that's covered.
Oh, I see what you mean, yes.
That's the driveway,
okay.
and then the van on the right, on my right, by the tree, is partially covered, and that's the 10 stalls.
So that's within the built form itself. It's not, I guess I thought these were parking stalls here that are close to the street. Am I right?
Oh, that's the second floor you're looking at?
Oh, no, I'm looking.
Oh, no, now you're on, yeah.
Yeah, so adjacent to the roadway itself, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stalls, and then 5 stalls, and they look like they're uncovered. I understand this is not necessarily a garage, this is like a carport within a stacked town, which is similar to what's across the street.
Sort of.
In Mindside Court.
Yeah. And the 10 stalls that are closest to Three Sisters are behind the front yard setback. So the building in our concepts are probably, I don't know, 7, 12, 6, 14 meters back from the property line
Okay,
to accommodate for the cars.
of course, in the circling turns, yeah, perfect, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll now ask Ms. Drost. Did I pronounce your last name correctly? Drost. Welcome to council, and we don't bite, so we'll all be good.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Annika Drost. I'm one of the newer development planners with the town. I've been here for just about 10 months now. And prior to that, I have worked in the planning field. I'm just going to give a quick introduction just because this is the first time presenting to you. So I have been in the planning field for about 9 years, 4 of which I've worked as a registered professional planner. I've worked in the Red Deer area with Parkland Community Planning Services, mostly on subdivision applications and gravel pit development permits. And then I've also worked with the town of Cochrane and the Municipal Government Board in the past. And yeah, this is my new home for now. And today I'm here to present Bylaw 2023-02. So town administration received a land use amendment application to redesignate 2 parcels shown on the photo within the R2 residential 2-unit district to the R2A residential low-density district. The map on the screen provides the land use districts in relation to the subject properties, which are marked by the black dashed lines. The majority of the R2 parcels in proximity to the subject properties have been developed into duplex developments with some single detached dwellings remaining. A direct control district is located northeast of the subject properties. This development is the Three Sisters Place condos, marked in blue. Adjacent to these condos and east of the subject properties is an R3 residential comprehensive multiple unit district, marked in green. And the photos on the slide provide context as to the type of development we can see on the sites currently. As already noted, there's one major difference between the R2 and R2A district, and that is the inclusion of townhouse and townhouse stacked uses within the permitted uses list of the R2A districts. In terms of the built form, the setbacks, height, and parking requirements within both districts are identical. There is currently 1 detached dwelling on each of the subject parcels. If the amendment is adopted, the applicants intend to develop the sites into a total of 8 townhouse units across the 2 parcels. And that was part of the submissions we received initially with the application. And there is the 1 shared access that they said they would like to keep. So the MDP supports having a variety of housing options and increased densities. However, the MDP emphasizes the need for appropriate tools, such as area redevelopment plans, to create comprehensively planned areas and abstain from ad hoc planning that could lead to unintended consequences. If approved, the proposed amendment results in mid-block spot zoning that creates an isolated R2A pocket along a street block face that is entirely designated R2. Although the setback, building height, and site coverage requirements within both districts are identical, this does not diminish the impact of spot zoning and the need for comprehensive planning to ensure long-term sustainability of the area and equal development opportunities for landowners. Administration finds that the community benefit of this proposal is minor in nature. The applicant proposes 8 townhouse units across the 2 parcels. Under current zoning, the 2 parcels can already yield 8 units. As the chart on the slide indicates, under current R2 zoning, the properties could yield 4 principal dwelling units and 4 ADUs, or accessory dwelling units, for a total of 8 individual units. As proposed by the applicant under R2A zoning, the properties would yield 8 principal dwelling units with no ADUs for the same total of 8 units. The benefit of the townhouse units would be that these could be sold individually, whereas the duplex could be sold as 4 principal units bundled with an accessory dwelling unit. Administration finds that without a strategy and program in place, it is unclear how the notion of smaller dwelling units will yield lower priced housing options if these are intended to be sold at market rates. It is also unclear how the units would be assigned to local residents in order to execute on the claim to provide more buying options for local residents. The town simply has no mechanism to regulate and secure the affordability of these units in perpetuity outside of CCH, and as such, the community benefit is considered negligible. Administration also emphasizes that there is no guarantee that the property will be developed as intended, as the property could be sold or different development could be proposed. Administration notes that despite these 2 parcels being slightly larger than the average parcel within the R2 district, there are no other distinguishing factors that would differentiate these parcels from other larger parcels in the R2 district. Out of the 35 other parcels along Three Sisters Drive that have not yet been developed and subdivided for duplex purposes, there are 6 other parcels that are of similar larger size than the subject parcels. The 6 parcels are marked in purple on the map, and the 2 parcels subject of this application are marked in yellow. If the land use amendment is adopted, the decision could encourage similar land use amendment applications for the other 6 parcels. It is administration's opinion that if an increase in density along Three Sisters Drive is desired, it should be facilitated by a comprehensive planning process, such as through the development of an area redevelopment plan, to ensure parcels are adequately serviced and provide direction to guide the built form of the area. Administration completed a circulation to landowners within a 60-meter radius of the subject parcel. 5 landowner letters were received in response to our circulation. 1 was in support, 2 were in opposition, and the remaining 2 noted impacts of the development. The concerns can be classified into a few main categories that are noted on the screen. Traffic being the first one, there are concerns about the Three Sister Drive and Rundle Drive intersection safety, which administration finds not to be a major concern to be addressed through this particular application. Concerns about insufficient on-site parking were also raised, and the town, the applicant would still need to meet the minimum parking requirements of any development on the site. In terms of drainage concerns, a resident had raised concerns that additional development will increase the drainage and flooding issues at the low point of Three Sisters Drive. And these concerns would need to be assessed and properly addressed at the DP stage. Other concerns that have already been noted by administration are the lack of ability to ensure housing for locals, the opportunity to add units under current zoning, the precedent-setting nature of this application, and the need for comprehensive planning. In conclusion, administration is not in support of this application. However, out of duty of procedural fairness, Council is obligated to hold a public hearing before making a decision. The first reading needs to occur for the public hearing to be scheduled and held. A decision on this application can be made after the public hearing at the second reading of this bylaw. It is recommended that Council schedule a public hearing for Bylaw 2023-02 for June 6, 2023. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. 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 Thank you
Great, thank you very much, Ms. Drost. I'm wondering if you could go back to this screen before with the concerns that were raised. So out of those, it was, okay, so that's what's raised by the landowners, but that doesn't mean that administration has those same concerns.
That is correct. So traffic concerns, on-site parking, and drainage concerns, those would be addressed at the DP stage,
Yeah.
and were not identified to be a concern for this amendment.
Right. And precedent-setting nature of application, of course, there's no true precedent, although it certainly could be encouraging to others, I'm sure, if something's approved.
That's correct.
But it's also not discouraging. We could still receive applications from those other sites in any event.
Correct.
Right? Okay, thank you for that. Looking to council to see if there are questions. Councillor McCallum?
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. When the planning department had their pre-application planning or application planning meetings with the applicant, was there any discussion around issuing a DC zoning as opposed to just the land use change? So that we could solidify some of these concerns that we're seeing come up from the neighbors?
So with DC zoning, direct control zoning, we would typically apply that type of zoning if we can't accommodate the development under an existing type of zoning, which in this case, if they are looking at townhomes, it would fit within the R2A district.
Or if you were looking for certain kinds of assurances from the developer?
Yes.
Right. That was my question. And the precedent-setting nature question's been answered. Is there any requirement for visitor parking on the site?
So if it was to be developed as duplexes, there's no requirement.
yeah.
For townhomes, it is 0.15 per unit.
Okay, and is that accommodated within the plans that the conceptual plans that they've
Yes.
provided, the visitor parking? Thank you.
So just to clarify, in your presentation and report, you talk about 4 units per site, and the applicant was talking about 6 units per site. Is what they're proposing possible?
So I guess what we received within the application was the 8 units across the 2 sites, and they were saying 6 units per site, which depending, I'm not...
Ms. Miller?
Sure. I think one thing to keep in mind at this point is that we are dealing with land use, so trying to conceptualize potential buildings on the site can be a bit complex. But my understanding of what's been proposed thus far is that to achieve the additional units that are being proposed, that would require variances even to the proposed district based on the development regulations for townhouses. So is it possible? Theoretically.
But it's a discussion to
But
be
it's a
had.
discussion at the development permit stage, not at the land use stage.
Okay.
And if I could just clarify on Councillor McCallum's question around the use of DC districts, we do use DC districts in some cases when there are certain elements that we'd like to secure, but there are very specific elements. So we can't secure all of our dreams and wishes by means of DCs. They would still need to be requirements that are appropriate in a land use bylaw, and perpetually affordable housing, vital housing is not an element that we can secure by means of a DC district.
Great. Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Miller. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Ross, for your presentation. I think part of the confusion for me as I go through this, when I have my admin report, I see 8 units, and now we're looking at 12. If I was to dial back this to the conversation of, say, duplexes, if someone were to build a duplex, are they mandated to build an ADU, or is that at their discretion?
It is at their discretion.
Okay,
So
awesome.
they can have up to 1 accessory dwelling unit within each duplex unit.
And with regards to, say, just refresh my memory for single-family homes, if someone were just to build that, is there any sort of mandating for, I'm just trying to get some background there.
There isn't,
Okay.
no.
Okay, so ADUs are truly like optional?
Yeah, in this district.
Right, okay. Well, thank you. Cheers.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. Thank you, Ms. Drost, for your presentation. So if I understand administration's position is even though your recommendation is to go to first reading and public hearing, you would prefer that council not approve it, and that leads me to the understanding that either the two preferred outcomes forward would be that the landowners develop something in the current district that it exists in, or that we go through a comprehensive planning process for the overall area first.
That is right, yeah.
When we talk about comprehensive planning processes for already built areas, do we have a plan around or a timeline for which this neighborhood might see that happen?
Ms. Miller?
Through you, Mayor Krauser, we don't currently have an explicit plan going neighborhood by neighborhood saying we'll come to you in 2025 and you to 2027. We do evaluate the need for area level plans based on what we see happening on the ground, because some of our existing neighborhoods are not necessarily going through a significant amount of transition, and so there's not a need to focus to do a protracted planning process on the development of those areas. So as we see the need come about, we do put it on our radar and we'll bring it forward for council's consideration as part of budget considerations, because those are typically projects that need capital funding. So that's kind of the approach we've taken thus far, hence why TP Town has been brought forward. We are looking at Palliser, downtown ARP is also on the books. So that's it.
And Larch.
Yep.
And Larch, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
May I
Yes.
follow? So it puts me in a bit of a conundrum, because does this one application justify the need? Is this the need arising for the comprehensive planning process overall? Or would it be potential future applications on those other lots you had the map of that might trigger that? Like, yeah. So how do we understand that the need has arisen for that process when all we have is one application in front of us?
I guess it wouldn't be so much the need, it would be more so what's the vision for this area, and did you want to see higher density? And if so, we may want to apply a larger plan for this specific street.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking to see if there are any other questions. I see none. Thank you very much. Appreciate your report and your presentation today. Ms. Miller.
I'd just like to clarify that the large ARP is in the capital project plan, but is currently unfunded. So there's no immediate plans for us to take action on that work. Just wanted to clarify that point. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I will move that council, give first reading to Bylaw 2023-02 and schedule a public hearing for June 6th, 2023. Speaking to the motion, I'm happy to support this motion. However, for me, it's not simply about getting to a public hearing to have had a public hearing in its own right, and that's it. I actually think that this is an intriguing application, and one that I'm definitely open to supporting, and I look forward to hearing if this motion is approved. I look forward to hearing from the public next month. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't know if anybody's been up Hospital Hill in the last 2 years, but it's a war zone up there right now. And there is absolutely nothing being developed, and this is not a dig to anybody in this room, but there's absolutely nothing being developed that's affordable, including what I developed myself. It was affordable maybe in 2019, but it's certainly not affordable now. And quite frankly, the folks that are building or buying some of those units are actually paying the extra dollars to get out of paying to build the suite, which is a whole other land use bylaw conundrum. But I would like to see some more interesting concepts come forward, and I would quite frankly say that to do a comprehensive planning exercise on Hospital Hill, the horse is out of the barn. Like 70 to 80% of what's up there has been redeveloped. It's too late. We should have done that. Well, we didn't have a crystal ball. So I believe that the adjacency of these two lots is actually what's kind of special about this. I think you would have a really hard time proposing a redevelopment like this on a single duplex lot as opposed to two duplex lots side by each that are flat. And that in a sense, that, you know, when we speak about spot zoning, that is what DC zoning is. It is a version of spot zoning. And what has come to my attention in the last little while is how do we encourage Joe, small d developer, to be innovative and creative with their assets to address community needs if we're just going to keep pointing to what's easy. And what's easy is 3,500 square foot per side plus a double car garage at $2.2 million. That's what's easy. So I will be supporting first reading, and I'm looking forward to a public hearing.
Anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
That's a budget. Now we're gonna tax you.
Now we'll move to item G4, Property Tax Rate Bylaw 2023-13 and Supplementary Property Tax Rate Bylaw 2023-14. Ms. Biswa, welcome to Council. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm here today to present the 2023 tax rate bylaw and the supplementary property rate tax bylaw. There are no changes from when I was here 2 weeks ago on April 18th, so it's the same presentation. I have a quick few slides to just highlight a few items from the bylaws. Fancy. Okay. So the total approved budget for 2023 is $68.3 million, and of that, budgeted municipal tax requirement is $32 million. The additional amounts that need to be collected through property taxes are $24.8 million in education taxes, $1.5 million for seniors requisition, and $4,200 for designated industrial properties. This is the tax distribution for each dollar collected. 54 cents will go towards the town's municipal programs and services, the remaining 42 cents going to the province for the education system, and the remaining 3 cents to the seniors living. The assessment information in aggregate with totals by classification is as on your screen. No change from last time when I presented. The total taxable assessment base for 23 is $10.68 billion, which is an increase of $2 billion or 22.6% from last year. This equates to real growth of $127.7 million and market inflation of $1.84 billion. We've seen consistency in real growth in Canmore over the prior years, but market growth is the one that fluctuates year to year based on the economy. And our mill rate calculation, as they're on the bylaw, is as follows. Canmore has stayed constant over the last number of years with their res and non-res split of 65-35 and 35% to 15% between the tax share of municipal levies. And they're as follows. We are within the 5:1 ratio of non-res to res. Something that I didn't speak to much last time was the supplementary property tax bylaw. So the 2023 budget includes an estimate of $25,000 in supplementary property taxes. This is for properties construction completed before October 1st. So this bylaw stipulates that the rates to be used the same as the rates in the property tax rate bylaw. This will be similar to the supplementary assessment bylaw that you approved on April 4th. So where the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act of MGA comes into play, the bylaw will be enacted and remains in force for subsequent years till it's repealed. So it's kind of the last time you're seeing this. I'll end with the number of appeals received on April 24th, which was our deadline for formally filing an assessment appeal. We received 63 appeals, of which 52 were residential, 11 non-residential properties. 1 has been withdrawn already. Not all of these will necessarily go to the ARB. Some could be resolved between now and the hearings in fall. In 2022, we had 54 appeals filed, of which 45 were resolved before the hearings. With that, I end with the recommendation that Council gives first, second, and third reading to property tax rate bylaw 2023-13, and first, second, and third reading to supplementary property tax rate bylaw 2023-14. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Can you remind me what our capital budget amount was this year? Is it 24 million for 2023? 22 million?
No, it's more.
Okay, thanks.
I can pull it
More
up.
than that. I thought it was in 35. 36, 37. Okay. 37.2 million. Yeah, because between the two, we're at 105 total, yep. Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation and all your work in this regard. There is a lot of work leading up to this point, and so I want to make sure that that's recognized. So, I will now get to doing a lot of reading here. I will move that council give first reading to property tax rate bylaw 2023-13. Anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll move the council give second reading to property tax rate bylaw 2023-13. Anyone speaking to the motion? Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now seek leave from council to go to third reading of property tax rate bylaw 2023-13. All in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll move that council give third reading to property tax rate bylaw 2023-13. And just speaking to the motion, generally, obviously, this is a culmination of a cycle of work that starts with a strategic plan that informs a budget, that goes through extensive budget deliberations, and then results after the assessments are done in a calculation that sets the rates so that we can fund the budget. And as I mentioned, that's a lot of work. It has a lot of impact on our community. So it's really important work. And while it's quick at this point for council to raise their hands and pass these bylaws, it does recognize that it is one point in a larger process that is absolutely integral to the functioning of our community. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give first reading to supplementary property tax rate bylaw 2023-14. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give second reading to Supplementary Property Tax Rate Bylaw 2023-14. Anyone speaking to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now seek leave from council to go to third reading of Supplementary Property Tax Rate Bylaw 2023-14. Calling the question, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now I'll move that council give third reading to Supplementary Property Tax Rate Bylaw 2023-14. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? So now I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move to item G5, Council Remuneration Review Committee Bylaw 2023-12. Ms. Rogers, welcome to council. And Ms. Sauvé as well, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and members of Council. Council has directed administration to develop terms of reference for a public committee to review council remuneration. A committee made up of public members with experience will increase transparency and awareness of the process used to determine remuneration for elected officials and make recommendations for updates to the council remuneration policy. Administration is recommending that council give first, second, and third reading to the Council Remuneration Review Committee bylaw that was in your package, and I'll just go through some highlights of that, pardon me, this afternoon. In preparing these proposed terms of reference, administration researched council compensation or remuneration review committees in municipalities in Alberta and across Canada. Pardon me. There is much consistency in the approach for committees made up of public members to review elected official compensation, and the terms of reference being recommended today incorporate these common approaches. They have been developed to be sufficiently specific to provide clear direction and expectations for the committee, and sufficiently broad to span multiple terms of council. The purpose of the committee is to establish guiding principles for remuneration, including a review of per diems, methodology that could be used to compare data, relevant comparators that should be considered, and also compensation survey frequency. How frequently does a committee recommend that we understand and survey data? The committee may also recommend options for periodic adjustments to establish remuneration. Currently, council's remuneration follows a similar cost of living adjustment process as town staff. That would be the kind of thing that a committee might recommend continue or take somewhat different form. Committee may also recommend a review of full-time equivalent status, which is really important to understand the amount of time that the role of a councillor takes. And so if we look at the mayor is considered to be a full-time employee, one of the things that we're recommending the committee review is understanding what portion of that full-time is the council responsibility. In math terms, we might say a half-time employee would be 0.5, and their effort or number of hours would be about half of what a full-time person would put into place. Sorry, I'm using the word employee because it's FTE. You're not actually employees, so just to clarify that.
Can they go above 1?
No. Nice try, though. The effort might be above 1, but you're only ever 1. And what we're proposing is that the committee makes recommendations for council to consider, with council being the ultimate decision maker. In terms of committee composition, we're recommending 3 or 5 public members. We're suggesting an odd number, as that prevents ties if the committee actually has to vote on something. And we are suggesting quorum is 3. Sorry. 3 voting members. But given that this is the first time that we will be recruiting for this committee, we're not actually sure how much interest we're going to get. Ideally, quorum is 3, which would require or really would enable 5 members being a good size. We may not get 5 people to apply, and so that's why we've included 3 or 5 until we actually know how this will shake out. In terms of qualifications, we are recommending, and again consistent with the terms of reference that we've seen across the country, that applicants do require knowledge or experience in either human resources, financial services, or business. This is really to maximize the quality of the research that the committee can do and the recommendations that they would ultimately make. And again, what we're looking for at the end of the day is determining the most fair and reasonable compensation for elected officials, and we want to make sure that that's done in the most professional way possible. To support the committee's work, an administrative liaison is recommended to be assigned, and that liaison serves to support the committee in an advisory but non-voting capacity. And we're recommending that that either be the General Manager of Corporate Services or the Manager of Human Resources. Sorry. The more I talk, the more I cough. Timing of this committee is very important and perhaps a bit confusing, so I tried to put this on a chart. I don't know if it actually worked or not, so please ask your questions if you have them. I'll just walk you through the cycle that we're recommending using this year as an example. So committee recruitment would align with all of our other committees of council, with advertising occurring late in the summer and council making appointment decisions at your October organizational meeting. Committee meetings would take place in the first and second quarters of 2024, with recommendations being brought back to council by the end of June in 2024. This allows time for recommendations to be incorporated in that next budget cycle, and also for potential candidates to be able to consider the compensation available and how that might determine their decision to run. Since candidates may declare as early as January 1st, 2025, we want that information to be available well before that so people can make an informed decision. The new compensation model, so whatever recommendations council chooses to adopt, would take effect with that newly elected council's first pay, which would be sometime after October 20th, 2025. So that's election day, you get sworn in a few days later, and then we activate you as paid members of council, whoever that might be. And that is my presentation. So I'm happy to answer questions. I can flip back if you want me to go back to a different slide.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. Councillor McCallum.
And thank you for your presentation. I'm excited to see this come forward so that we have lots of time to engage in this. One of the questions I had was where and if a parental leave policy might fit its way in this remuneration policy. Would that be something separate from this?
It could be included within this.
Like as a package of bylaws?
Yeah.
Okay. And I was also curious, so we're looking at the potential of like whether the position is a 0.6 or a 0.8 and how that fits within HR terminology. Will we be, and would this investigate further sort of how COLA increases to council pay affect not just the base pay, but any additional per diem or anything, should a per diem system continue?
I would think that the committee would consider that, yes. Okay. That would be part of total compensation in my mind and would be one of the factors they should look at.
Perfect. Yeah. Those are some of the bugbears that I have with our current, and so I know I'm not going to be around next term, so I just want to make sure that I'm setting the next council up for success.
So, I just want to have some clarification around that. Councillor McCallum's first question was around the potential of including or addressing maternity leave, parental leave policies.
Yep.
Now that right now, as I read it, would be outside the scope of this committee. So would an amendment need to be made in order for it to be part of this committee, or are you suggesting that could come back at a later date as something else that could be brought to council?
I actually see that as part of benefits, which we have included
Okay.
in the bylaw in section 4.
Okay. 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 There you go. Okay, so if it's- if
Which
it's-
is, again, that balance of sufficiently broad to,
Then if that's the understanding,
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I hadn't captured that in my thinking of benefits, but it's now expanded so in my mind, so thank you. Councillor Ma, I think you had yours on, right? Yeah, there we go.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Oh, man, the cough. I hope you're getting better. I appreciate to know that because, like, if the scope of a counselor changes, whether that's, like, by, like, the time amount, whether it's 0.5, 0.75, or duties increase, great to see that that's in there. Question that came up for me, if someone is on this committee for council remuneration, is there anything that precludes them from running at the next election?
there's not. We did consider that, and with the timing, we thought the committee will actually conclude its work well before people need to make the decision on whether they're running or not, so they are quite separate. If there was an overlap with the committee's tenure and when declaration opened, that I could see being a potential conflict.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And there's the small matter of having to get elected. So, yeah. Before they would
That's right.
benefit from the decision. That would be made by a committee and then reviewed by council. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rogers, for your presentation. Would the committee be able to have presentations or hear from, I don't think I should use the word witness, but like, say they needed information and they wanted to interview someone, is that something that can happen under these terms of reference?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I think the way that we have, again, tried to structure that is that those types of supports would be available. We imagine that they would likely need to gather some data from other municipalities. That may also include interviewing current or former members of council to gather some of that information. And really that process would be up to the committee to determine. And the administrative liaison could help support making that happen. Yeah.
Thank you.
With regards to your pondering about interest, I should tell you that I was waiting in line at Safeway yesterday buying my dinner fixings, and somebody approached me and said, "Am I able to apply for that committee for the council remuneration yet?" And I said, "Well, I think we have to approve it first, and then it will be advertised in due course. So keep your eyes open."
Great.
So anyway, so I think there's going to be at least one application.
Excellent. Let's hope they have the experience we're looking for. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your work on this, and thank you for your presentation. I'll move that council give first reading to Council Remuneration Review Committee Bylaw 2023-12. Speaking to the motion, I'm happy to support this bylaw. It's important to note that it's not new for council's remuneration to be reviewed prior to the next election, but what is new is taking this course of obtaining that review. So I think that this is an improvement on, or potentially an improvement upon what's been done in the past, involves the public and expertise that's there as well. So it's going to be advice given from an external source so that it's something that can come to us having had that public input. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I, of course, am going to be speaking in favor of this and supporting the motion. I'm really excited, even though this is like a 4-year process, essentially. I want to thank administration for the work they put into the terms of reference. I think that it really sets out a great process and structure, and we have lots of time. There is no rush. I think there is generally interest. I've talked to a couple people myself who asked about applying for it, and I think that this really supports all the work that we do in this room and we do as an organization overall, in terms of a robust and transparent and accountable process that could lead to more diversity on council, and address some of the things that I know that past councils and this council have experienced with the current policy as is. So thank you so much, and I look forward to the next election. No, that's only 27 days from now. No, that's a different.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm super excited to support this. I think it's timely. I think it's like a great process to like go through. You know, being an elected official, I don't think anyone should be doing this to get rich, but at the same time, I don't think one should have to expect or possibly experience significant financial hardship either to take on the role. So this will be great to see what findings come out down the road. Looking forward to it.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
I got really excited when I was reading this one, and I just want to really state my gratitude for the thought that went into drafting this. If diversity, equity, and inclusion is important to you, then this is a framework and a path to make sure that this council represents the people. Too many people have come to me over the years and said, I would love to run for council, and I cannot do it. It is a financial barrier to me, and I hope that we address that over this. The idea of having a parental leave in these really excites me. I want to thank Councillor Faubert for bringing this forward originally, and I look forward to supporting this motion and seeing what this committee can do to make this position more palatable for more in our community, and thus strengthening our democracy. Thank you.
Okay. I'll just remind, because it's now happened 3 times, I think, in a row here amongst, don't touch your buttons. It messes up the screen. Any other that wish to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I'll then call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll move the council give second reading to Council Remuneration Review Committee Bylaw 2023-12. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now seek leave from council to go to third reading of Council Remuneration Review Committee Bylaw 2023-12. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll move that council give third reading to Council Remuneration Review Committee Bylaw 2023-12. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. And now we'll move to item H1, RCMP Retroactive Pay Advocacy. Dr. Cottle.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. Feel like I've been here all day. Mayor and Council, I'm here to talk very briefly about advocacy around RCMP retroactive pay. So there's 2 recommendations in front of you today. Both of them come directly from a motion and a recommendation made by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities around calling on the federal government to commit to ensuring that they engage local governments going forward, that we are fully informed and at the table on all issues relating to policing costs, and that Council direct the Mayor to convey this support through a formal letter to our Member of Parliament. So just as a little bit of background, there was a collective agreement reached in August of 2022. It had been negotiating for some time between the federal government and the National Police Federation, and I believe all municipalities in Canada recognize the right of RCMP to be unionized organized and to negotiate for fair wages. We just want to be involved in the process. There was a pay increase to RCMP salaries that was part of that negotiation that was fair, around be a fair and competitive wage for RCMP officers. Our policing service agreements do have language in them that require contract jurisdictions to pay their share, and that would be retroactive. The negotiation was from April 1st, 2017 to March 31st, 2021. And then from 2021 going forward, because the RCMP are in a annual cycle that starts in April, the new wages were just part of the cycle starting in April of 2021. So the question became for municipalities, starting in April of 2021, we all knew we had to pay the RCMP that new amount, but it was a question of who was going to be responsible for the back pay. And after months and in some cases years of advocacy by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Alberta Municipalities, and other provincial and territorial associations, that we were asking that the federal government, because they did all of the negotiation, that they pay all of those back fees, and that they involve municipalities directly in negotiations. With the 2023 budget of the Government of Canada, the decision was made to make municipalities responsible for all retroactive costs. And that was negotiated and decided, have I mentioned this, without any input or consultation from municipalities. So for the town of Canmore, the impact to us is $520,789. Fortunately, because of the good work of Greg Burt when he was the manager of protective services and managing the RCMP contract, and Rick Irwin in our finance department, we did accrue $556,000 once we realized what the cost of those negotiations were and some of the assumptions on what we might expect to be asked to pay if it was downloaded to municipalities. We'd been accruing dollars. So we have enough to pay. The option when we got the invoice was, there were two options. You could pay in one lump sum now or within 45 or 60 days, or two payments over 2 years. And in consultation with the finance department, the work that we have to do to accrue half of that amount, show it in our accounting, hold on to it, all the work with the auditor, it's just not, the interest that we would receive isn't worth the time that staff actually spend. So since we have the money, it's cleaner and easier for us to just pay it all now. So we have notified the federal government that that's what we'll be doing. And the small remaining amount will be used for the increased policing costs that we're experiencing, because in addition to the increased contract amount that started in 2021, we're also now moving from a 70-30 split to a 90-10 split because of our population. So that little bit that extra that we've accrued will be very quickly put to good use. But really the motion in front of you today is for the need for municipalities to engage. Both FCM and Alberta municipalities have encouraged municipalities to do advocacy so that what's happened with this negotiation, that we're advocating for what happens in the future. Municipalities are paying a growing share of policing costs. More is being downloaded to us. As you know, unlike other levels of government, we can't run a deficit, and we have limited revenue tools, which makes all those additional shares difficult. When the town is expected to cover the one-time back pay and ongoing costs, we're fortunate in Canmore that we're prepared for this possibility, but there will be many communities throughout Alberta and the country who are not. So going forward, it's crucial that municipalities are proactive, and the recommendations in front of you today are really just directly from FCM's advocacy, from their press release and their recommended motions. So that's it, unless you have any comments or questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Looking to see if there are any questions. Councillor Ma.
I just want to say thank you for having the foresight to start socking away money, just in case we had to pay it.
Yeah, so, just to be clear, it wasn't me, but I will pass that on, absolutely.
For sure, pass it on to Rick and Greg and the rest of the finance department. And yeah, it's pretty easy to be generous when someone else is picking up the tab. So.
Yeah, I mean, it would be roughly a 2% tax increase if we hadn't accrued the money.
Yeah.
A little, maybe a little more. So, yeah, absolutely. I will pass that on.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. So I will move that council direct Mayor Krauser to join the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in calling on the federal government to commit to ensuring that going forward, local governments are meaningfully consulted, fully informed, and at the table on issues related to policing costs, given the municipal role in keeping our communities safe. And I will make these as two separate motions. So speaking to that motion, I think Dr. Cottle spoke very well to it. We all know, and we've made motions in support of this before, it's important that municipalities are full partners at the table when we're dealing with our residents' money. And we will continue to make that case should this motion pass. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now I'll move that Council direct Mayor Krauser to convey this support in writing to our local Member of Parliament. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Ma, go ahead.
Make it scathing.
Well, our member of Parliament, of course, was not involved, nor is he a member of the government. So I will definitely make it factual, and I will state our I will state our case clearly. Yeah. Any other comments on this motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I will now move that we adjourn this meeting. All those in favor? Carried